Where are you guys? Maybe come up on here. Hey, TJ. Hey, Kurt. Hey, Quad. Hey, Boya. We are missing Charlie. I'm gonna do my hair. This is what I do for Shibuya to have a live. I heard you say that you guys love the YouTube stock music. Naming it that. Oh, that's cool. That sounds cool. You said Hulu? Well, we got away with Hulu the other night, but I don't think we could get away with it again. I already downgraded back to the commercials. My hair looks great in this, Shibuya. Thanks. You know? But there's some other things that I found that we could watch. Like, let me put it. During commercial break, I saw this notification. You saw this? You saw this notification on Hulu? What? No, wait. Let's see. Okay, so apparently what we can stream without being struck. Oh shit, but you know what? I don't know if Charles had yeah, Shibby, you better watch out. Hey TJ. Better watch out. Better not cry. Wait. Let's see. Image. I want to share this image. I hope Nicole's dog's okay. Did it go? Here it is. There we go. All right, check this out. Did you guys hear that they are making a second alligator Alcatraz? Guess where? Good old Indiana. Woohoo, go Indiana. Which I just also read that they're about maxed out at their number of inmates they can have in the prisons. I don't know what they're doing about that, but they're just adding more. Fucking Indiana. It's gonna hold 10,000. Shit, man, that's crazy. Here in Oregon, we're a sanctuary state, so like, if let's say an undocumented person is pulled over for not putting on their blinker, no, they wouldn't do that here. For running a red light, maybe. Since we're a sanctuary state and city, we wouldn't call like ICE, you know? Unlike others. Headphone warning. Do you need me to put my headphones on? Where are my headphones? You're there. Oh, Camp Atterbury. Oh, come on. Valencia has them hooked up to her. Wait, I think. Where's that music coming from? Oh no! Durr! That's the YouTube music. Oh my god, it's still going? Okay. I'm gonna put it very low. Okay, what's this? Oh, look at that. Oh, cool. Trippy. Purple dance floor? No, too much. That's too much. Confetti? No. Pink and purple? I like pink and purple. What's that? Fruit salad? Fruit salad? Purple rain? This is purple rain. Doesn't. Yeah, no. Let's go to fruit salad. Or this one. Oh, I thank you, Shibuya. Yeah, Charles is either too low or too loud. Right? All right, freaking lovely Indiana. Grissom Air Force Base. That sounds very familiar. All right, well, your team castration. My team castration. Oh, interesting. Quad Mimi is like ChatGPT. Huh. Minimum security. Oh, okay. So the prison there, the minimum security prison there, what do they call it? I feel like I heard somebody talk to me about this before. What do you mean interviewed? Like to get a job? I would think that means take the balls off, just like they do with bulls and stuff. But it could be chemical castration. Yes, that is true. Could be chemical castration. Let's see. Oh, when recently? Take the whole. Take the whole. All those chomos. I know it doesn't. It really doesn't. But yeah, for real, right? Yeah, and just push that ice pick a little too high, and you're. You never bring us your best over here, do you, Shibuya? I spit on that one. Okay, let's see. All right, let's see. Controversial approach to treating pet. Well, we'll pass on that because it's not controversial because we know it doesn't work. Secrets of the Vatican. Here he goes. So they interviewed KK, but at Miami? I thought he was in Westville. Who's this? Two fishermen. Is this the one with the wife and the best friend were having an affair? Oh, you seen that one? Kid criminals. No. Cold blocked. Acid attacks. That's crazy. Teenage Japanese killers. Deadliest place to deal. The group. Adolescent drug abuse program. Don't tell me it's in America. Yes, Shibuya. Yes. Anything that is for public. Let me see. What is ChatGPT said? Public domain films. Look for the labels public domain or Creative Commons attribution. Let me share this so that you could check it. Oh, this is the YSL trial? Who's Doug Weinstein, though? Oh, wait, let me go back over here. Okay. Hold on. You don't want to see all my crap. Here we go. Okay, hold that YSL thought. Okay. So, public domain and free documentary sources. Let's see. National Archives. It's gonna be, I don't know, might be old shit. Includes NASA footage, military docs, blah, blah, blah. Nah. Prelinger Archives. I have no idea what that is. We can look it up. PBS, Learning Media. Hey, Samantha, you found us. Yeah, I was like 10, not even 5 seconds too late when I put the link in Charles's chat. Let's see. So PBS Learning, I looked on there, it kind of sucked. Documentary Heaven, might be able to find stuff there. And there's YouTube channels that offer Creative Commons. I thought that meant closed caption, but Creative Commons, I don't know, maybe it's two different things. Timeless documentaries, that's old shit. Old. But yeah, this is the stuff you gotta look for. Right here, Shibuya. Anything, avoid anything labeled all rights reserved. Yeah, you think. So this, gotta look for this. PBS is closing down? What? I cannot believe that. How could PBS be closing down? That's sad. Oh, cool. All right, we'll put that on the, let me see what Pert was saying first. What's that? Doug representing Garina. He's representing Nick Kostotis. Accused of dismembering his second wife. Oh, okay. So you're saying that Doug represented the guy in the YSL trial. And now he's representing this dude accused of dismembering his second wife and blames a phantom FBI agent named Jim Mack. What is that? I have to see that. I have not heard of that. Oh, that's why PBS is closing, yeah. Somebody doesn't want anything educational. Doesn't want us to be educated. Dang, I have to see that. Let me put that on my little list over here. Oh, and Carol went to sleep already. Does anybody want me to show them how to donate a couple bucks to Noe's thingy, to Noe's phone and stuff? If you want me to walk you through the website, I'll show you. Wow, phantom FBI agent, huh? I mean, they could just make him incompetent to stand trial if he is, or maybe that's what he's trying to get on purpose. I don't know. And in the YSL trial, didn't the judge there not allow third party? What was it called? Third party theory or whatever. Same thing like Gold didn't allow. And I was wondering if they got away with that or not. Oh, I don't know who that is. Let me look her up. My nail polish color? Yellow chrome? Nicole's the one that paints her nails all the time. I can't do that. I'm not good at art. I hear me looking crazy. Okay. Let's go to, oh my gosh, look at this. Let's go to Cat Not Williams. Share screen. Okay. Clashes with Jared. Doug represented Yak as he was the only one. Huh. Interesting. No, it's not banana color. It is, what the hell is the name? I remember. Some type of yellow with chrome accents. Okay, is this the one? Kurt? Whoa, look at that. You think we can watch a little bit of it? Just ay. Cat's cool? All right, let's see. Day 2, there's no day 1. Day 1 opening. Okay, this one. All right, let's check it.
Hi, guys. How is everybody? So we have...
Are you ready to proceed?
We have a new trial with Doug Weinstein representing. I'm going to give you a quick summary, you guys, of this case. This is the state of Georgia versus Nicholas Casotis. We're going to see if I'm pronouncing that right. This is going to be in Liberty County. So we're out of Fulton County, but we're still in Georgia. Nicholas Casotis is accused of murdering his wife, Mindy. This is his second wife in the fall of 2022. Mindy's body is found by hunters that are hunting on some club ground, and her body's dismembered. They find the remains spread across like a 3-mile radius area. Nicholas ends up being arrested in 2023 in Lancaster County, Pennsylvania. He's extradited to Georgia. He was granted a bond, but it was $5 million, and he didn't post it, so he's been in custody this whole time. He's got 12 counts he's facing, including malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, tampering with evidence, and removal of body parts. Excuse me. The prosecution's theory is kind of confusing to me, so we're going to have to see how that plays out. Their theory is that Casotis' ex-wife, his first wife, won a $1.5 million judgment against Nicholas, and that the couple, Nicholas and Mindy, the victim, were on the run to avoid payment. Defense, Doug Weinstein, his theory is it was actually somebody else named Jim McIntyre, or somebody that goes by the name of Jim McIntyre. Jim managed the couple's finances, and both Nicholas and Mindy, while she was still alive, had told people what was going on with this supposed Jim person and why they were on the run. So Casotis has been in custody since May 2023. This trial had some delays because of the YSL trial. And when we get a break, guys, we'll look at some of the documents and also a fiction horror subreddit where apparently Nicholas Casotis wrote some of the most well-known and popular stories, and Sony acquired the rights to one of them. So Law and Crime is calling this the wife dismemberment trial. I think we might need to call this the no sleep Reddit writer trial. So here we go, guys.
This morning. All right, let's bring the jury in. Oh, I'm sorry. Yep.
Okay, I got it, JP. I got it pulled up. You make me better.
And we'll get more background, of course, but
what if
also pretend we're the jury. Pretend, you know, if there's things we don't know, the jury wouldn't know them either. So
what if I want my own song like Southern Gal?
Good to see Aaron in the building. Sherry's here. Yes, we got a new trial. Allegedly, maybe says I'll be hopping in and out. You know, got to stay in the bushes if you're working.
Reaction stream
for always, forever, for life. The whole gang is here. Tracy D. Wood, good to see you. You taking a break from modding? Miss Candy, Shannon, 773 Pisces. Latrice is here. That guy, Nick. So we've got to be careful with your name during this trial. Not the Nick that's on trial, but that guy, Nick 36. Jasmine Brown, Renee, William Fagan, good to see you. We've also got, everybody say hey to that guy 36 in the chat. The honorable, the good Nick. And, you know, I actually tuned into some coverage of this case through a channel that's more focused on true crime, which, you know, great deep dives for a lot of the true crime channels. But just the vibe I get with true crime, a lot of the channels are geared towards the accused is automatically guilty.
All right, good morning, ladies
Whereas
and
with
gentlemen
this,
of the jury.
we're going to see if they can prove their case.
I hope you had a good evening. I appreciate you being here on time this morning, and I trust that you were all able to abide by the court's instructions and not have any access to any media accounts regarding this trial. And again, emphasize that is so important to maintain the integrity of this trial, and we all appreciate your understanding and your cooperation. I do want to give you just a basic understanding of the procedure that we will follow during the course of this trial. The trial will begin this morning with the opening statements made by the attorneys. Now, I caution you that the opening statements are not evidence. They are simply an introduction to the evidence. They will give you an outline or a preview of what they expect the evidence to be in this case. And because the state has the burden of proof, the state has the right to go first. Now, again, as I mentioned yesterday, the defendant enters upon the trial of this case with a presumption that he is innocent. And that presumption stays with the defendant until such time as the state presents sufficient evidence to convince you jurors of the defendant's guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That is the state's burden of proof. After the opening statements are concluded, we will begin the presentation of evidence. You'll hear testimony from live witnesses. You'll see photographs, exhibits, documents, all of which will be introduced during the course of this trial. At the conclusion of the trial, the attorneys will give their closing arguments. And again, the closing arguments, like the opening statements, cannot be considered by you as evidence. It is very important that you pay close attention throughout the entire trial, and I will try to give you as many breaks as necessary to keep you comfortable, to keep you refreshed. In the event that you feel that you need a break and there hasn't been one, just raise your hand or try to alert the bailiffs, and we'll make all the necessary provisions to keep you comfortable. So we thank you again for your service. We thank you for abiding by those instructions. So we'll begin the trial at this time with the opening statements. Ms. Bayo, you may proceed for the state.
ADA's name is Lori Bayo.
All right, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I introduced myself yesterday, but just so again, y'all know who I am. My name is Doug Weinstein, and I am representing Mr. Casotis in this case. It is my honor to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, my client, Nick Casotis, is not just an accomplished attorney and decorated JAG officer who serves his country in Iraq and in the Pentagon. He is also a man who lived in fear, relentless, all-consuming fear.
Oh, he knows how to dismember bodies.
In fear. Mr. Casotis is accused of the unthinkable, the absolutely unthinkable, murdering his
quad axe.
But the truth, what really happened, is far more complex. Mr. and Mrs. Casotis were told that they were targets.
Damn it.
You will hear testimony that a man calling himself Jim McIntyre, who knows if that is his real name, claiming to be with the FBI.
And until such time,
he is also a man.
Let's hear his CV again.
Ladies and gentlemen, I introduced myself yesterday, but just so again, y'all know who I am. My name is Doug Weinstein, and I am representing Mr. Casotis in this case. It is my honor to do so. Ladies and gentlemen, my client, Nick Casotis, is not just an accomplished attorney and decorated JAG officer who served his country in Iraq and in the Pentagon. He is also a man who lived in fear, relentless, all-consuming fear. His wife, Mindy, also lived in fear. Mr. Casotis is accused of the unthinkable, the absolutely unthinkable, murdering his wife. But the truth, what really happened, is far more complex. Mr. and Mrs. Casotis were told that they were targets. You will hear testimony that a man calling himself Jim McIntyre, who knows if that is his real name, claiming to be with the FBI, told them that their lives were in danger, that they had to disappear, follow orders without question, and trust no one, not their family, not their friends, not their loved ones. Every move they made, every lie that they both told, every strange decision, and there were quite a few that you will hear about in testimony, were driven by that fear. Mr. Casotis lied to his friends. He lied to his family. He lied to Mindy's loved ones. He lied for years. Not because he wanted to deceive them, but because he believed that their lives depended on it. You're not going to hear testimony that Mr. Casotis killed Mindy. You will hear testimony that he tried to protect her, but he was manipulated, controlled, terrified. And that fear, real and overwhelming, shaped everything that he did for years. Who's Nicholas Casotis? Mr. Casotis grew up in New Hampshire, in rural New Hampshire, in an area where there were quite a bit of hunting down a road. He graduated college from Boston University. He has 2 law degrees. He has a JD degree, which is the basic law degree, like I have, a JD degree from Northeastern University up in Boston, and he has an LLM from Georgetown. In Georgetown, he specialized in national security law and in cybersecurity. You will hear that Mr. Casotis is a decorated military veteran, as I've already alluded to. He served in the JAG Corps for a decade. He served in Iraq. He was in the Pentagon. When he separated from service, he left as a lieutenant commander. He achieved numerous commendations within the Navy. He got the Navy and Marine Corps Achievement Medal, the Joint Service Commendation Medal. And during Nick's time in the Navy, in the JAG Corps, he would sit at this very table that the prosecutors are at now, because during his time, at least in Italy, he was a prosecutor. You will hear testimony, I expect. I don't know everyone that the state is going to put forward, but you're going to hear testimony, I imagine, from Mr. Casotis' first wife, Heather. They were divorced in 2015 when Mr. Casotis learned that Heather was being unfaithful. He marries his second wife, Mindy Casotis, the woman that was tragically murdered, and that you're here to hear evidence upon, in the fall of 2016. Shortly thereafter, Mr. Casotis separates from the Navy. He serves for a brief time as a civilian in the Navy, but then he leaves that. And why does he leave that? He leaves because, frankly, a lot of very strange and unusual things begin to happen, and you will hear testimony on that. And he eventually contacts authorities, and a man calling himself Jim McIntyre appears. Now, Jim McIntyre claims to be with the FBI, and Jim McIntyre tells Mr. Casotis, tells Mindy, that they're in danger. They're in danger, their life is in danger, and they have to go essentially on the run. You'll also hear that following Mr. Casotis' divorce from his first wife, Heather, she gets a $1.5 million judgment as part of the divorce against Mr. Casotis. In the course of providing that award, Mr. Casotis was under the belief that he was the recipient of a sizable sum of money. But you will hear he never gets that money. That money was illusory. That money was allegedly being held by Jim McIntyre or Mr. Casotis. So he believed he was getting that money. He never got that money. I imagine that the state is going to tell you that Mr. Casotis and Mrs. Casotis, Mindy, moving around the country is because of this $1.5 million judgment. But the reality is it was because of fear. So there's a lot going on with Jim McIntyre. There are a host of lies that are told by my client over the next few years while they are on the run. As I said, you're going to hear about the lies that they told to their friends. You're going to hear about the lies that they told to their family, and specifically that Mr. Casotis told. But this isn't a case about that. I would like you to focus on the tragic murder of Mindy Casotis. You're going to see horrific, awful images of Mindy Casotis' body. Unfortunately, I imagine that they are going to stay with you long after this trial is over. You're going to see her torso. You're going to see her legs. You're going to see her head. And it will be difficult for you to see that. I'm sorry that any of us have to see that. You're going to see a Milwaukee knife that was found near the scene of her body. What aren't you going to hear? You're not going to hear evidence that that knife was used on Mindy Casotis. You're not going to hear evidence from the state's own toolmark expert that that knife was used on Mindy Casotis.
Uh-oh.
You're going to hear about a tub that was found near her body that was likely used to transport Mindy Casotis. You're not going to hear evidence of Mr. Casotis' DNA on that tub. You're not going to hear evidence of Mr. Casotis' blood on that tub.
Uh-oh.
Just like in the knife, you're not going to hear evidence tying Mr. Casotis to that specific knife. Now, you will hear evidence that Mr. Casotis purchased the same brand and style of knife at Home Depot. But you will not see evidence again that ties Mr. Casotis to that specific knife found at the scene. You're also going to hear evidence of a knife set that Mr. Casotis purchased at Bass Pro Shops around the time of Mindy's death. But again, the state's own toolmark expert is not going to be able to tell you that those knives were used on Ms. Casotis. There's a lot that the state will not be able to show you. The state will not even be able to tell you how Mindy died. They do not know how Mrs. Casotis died. She was murdered, but how is unknown. You're not going to hear evidence telling you where Mindy was killed. They don't know where Mrs. Casotis was killed, and you won't hear evidence about that. At the time of Mindy Casotis' murder, Mr. and Mrs. Casotis were living in Savannah. You'll hear evidence about the state's searching of the Airbnb that they were renting in Savannah. You will hear evidence of her blood being found on the futon at that residence, along with another individual's blood. You won't hear evidence about whose blood that second individual's is. The state's case is going to be very circumstantial, which is why they will tell you it takes 2 weeks to put it on. You're going to hear evidence that my client's vehicle was at the scene because they tracked the GPS in the vehicle. And when I say the scene where her body was found. But you're not going to hear any eyewitnesses placing my client at the scene. They're just not going to see any of that. So while you're going to hear witness after witness after witness testify about the lies that my client told when he was on the run from the individual or individuals that were trying to harm him and his wife. You'll hear lots of that. You're not going to hear a lot of evidence tying my client to this murder. So what I ask you to do is focus on what's really at issue here. As you watch this evidence, focus on what evidence does the state have that ties Mr. Casotis to the death of Mrs. Casotis. They're going to want to distract you. They're going to want to get into all these other lies. They're going to want to get into his third wife. He marries another woman shortly after Mindy's death, a woman that he had been inappropriately flirting with during the last months of Mindy's life. And after Mindy's tragic death, he goes to Pennsylvania and he marries her. But none of those are issues that are the primary issue. So I would just like you to listen to all of the state's evidence, hear what their witnesses say, look at their exhibits, and see if, once you review all of that, the state is going to meet their burden. Thank you very much, and I appreciate your attention this morning.
Thank you.
Opening statement from Doug. All right, so now we get opening from ADA Lori Bayo. And again, this is Liberty County in Georgia. No, Doug is lead attorney. This is the defendant. This is Casotis. And good to see you, Dizzy. They both got the glasses going. A lot of interesting little details in this one, guys. Agent Bernie, we saw him in the YSL trial. He did the mapping of the CSLI information. He's a witness.
December
That's what
2nd,
we called.
2022. It was the week right after Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving that year was on Thursday, the 23rd of November. That weekend for South Georgians is a big hunting weekend. It's deer season. You're going to hear that weekend, Portal Hunting Club, which is located in Riceboro, Georgia, Liberty County, right near McIntosh Line, down off I-95, Jones Road, that turns into Barrington Ferry, but it's right over there. And you're going to hear that there were hunters out. It's family weekend. They were all out for deer season. You're going to also hear that Portal Hunting Club is a dog club. That means is that when they hunt, they use dogs to do the hunt. And the dogs run out into the woods and the deer run, and then the hunters shoot. And you're going to hear that one of those hunters shot the deer. And the dogs that he was using went to retrieve the buck. The dogs just weren't acting right. When he said, come back, the dogs weren't acting right. So he went to look to figure out what was going on. He did not expect what he found. He found a headless, legless torso, nude, completely nude, with two arms. One almost severed. Her two legs severed. Her head severed. Just off the roadway. And as you can imagine, you will hear him testify. They were shocked, horrified. And I submit to you that the evidence that you will hear is that they returned to the clubhouse to try and get the police, to call somebody to come out. And you're going to hear testimony that that's when the onslaught of law enforcement kicks into high gear. They respond, and they get there by about 5 o'clock, 4:50 p.m. And you're going to hear what the hunting club area looked like. Portal Hunting Club and the area surrounding it, the adjacent territories, it's over 30,000 acres of logging territory. And they hunt on that territory with permission. That looked like a great place to drop a body if you're not from South Georgia, because that's a busy weekend. Logging, hunters, dogs. If you don't know they're there, I submit to you, you're going to hear that that wasn't a great place to leave a body, because they found it quick. It wasn't far off the road, and they found it quick. You're going to hear and see some of the information that law enforcement collected, where the torso was recovered. And you'll see those roadways. They're not asphalt. They're not like regular roadways of the highway, but they're still roadways. And the logging trucks use those. And there are cars that come through, and local citizens will cut through there when the season is going on because the locks are off the gates. You're going to hear that people were coming and going, lots of people. And over the next couple of days, you're going to hear what they found. But that very first day, on December 2nd of 2022, the crime scene investigator shows up and they start documenting the crime scene. And I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, counsel's right. I agree about one thing. There are tons of horrible pictures. And I submit to you that we will do our very best to limit what we show you. The state has a burden to prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt. And dismemberment, unfortunately, is what we were dealt. And we have to prove that. So we will present photographs to prove that. But the torso wasn't all that was found on that first day of December 2nd of 2022. Crime scene is going to talk about what they recovered there. And that investigator recovered not just the torso, but the tubs that were used to transport it. And I submit to you, you're going to hear testimony about the blood that was found inside of those tubs, that they tested it on the scene, that they knew it was first blood and then that it was human blood next, because they can test for that. And they're going to tell you also about the knife. Counsel talked to you a lot about what wasn't shown. But I submit to you, you all assured us, and I'm going to ask you to use your common sense as much as possible. You're going to hear about that knife. A Milwaukee, orange-handled, black-sheathed knife. And that knife, ladies and gentlemen, had a cleansing wipe wrapped around it. Call it what you will, Clorox wipes, things you use to clean up. Those wipes were everywhere. There were lots of them that were recovered because the killer didn't want to leave behind evidence. I submit to you that killer was a prosecutor. I submit to you that the evidence is going to show that he would have known to clean up. And I submit to you that there's more evidence. That knife was purchased, I submit, the evidence will show, by Nicholas James Casotis. If you look at that picture, the state will introduce it. You can see that knife tucked under his arm. That's him on surveillance from Home Depot. And I submit to you that in case you were unsure that that was him, that's the receipt showing, if you look closely, that's his name, Nicholas James Casotis. So I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, there's no question that the evidence will show that Nicholas James Casotis purchased that knife. And if you look at that, he bought it at 8:56 a.m. on the morning that you will ultimately hear was the day her body was dumped. The same day, hours after. And you will hear evidence of exactly how we know that. You'll see the tubs. They will be here in this courtroom. You will hear about the DNA analyst testing the substances inside of those tubs and that it was Mindy's blood in those tubs. They didn't know who she was then. They just knew there was an unidentified torso. Those tubs also get bought at Home Depot. And you're going to hear how detectives from the Liberty County Sheriff's Office and the Georgia Bureau of Investigation ran down every lead they could. And in the beginning of this case, you're going to hear that there wasn't a lot to work with. You're going to hear they found a torso with no head and no legs. And that was all they had. That, the knife and the tubs. So you're going to hear how they started with the knife and the tubs. And then it gets worse. Because while hunters are still out hunting, we find more pieces. Over a 3-mile
Can you
radius,
imagine?
pieces are dumped with no regard, I submit to you, will be the evidence. Tossed into the woods. The heavier piece, right by the edge of the road. But her legs, they're brought farther out in the woods. The second tub is recovered. I submit to you that was used to carry her leg. You're also going to hear how her head was ultimately recovered. First leg found by a hunter, separate hunter than the first crew. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear about all of the victims in this case, because although Mindy suffered the most tragic loss, no question, every person this case touches suffered. You're going to hear there's a second hunter that finds the first leg. And then you're going to hear that they do a canine search. They deploy the dogs, cadaver dogs, to try and find the rest of her. That their job was to try and find this whole person to lay her to rest. You're going to hear that a canine recovered with his handler, of course, the second leg. And I'm not going to show it right now, but you're going to hear how they collected maggots, fly larvae from that leg to determine when these pieces were dumped.
Gross.
You're going to hear from the doctor. I call him the bug doctor. He's an entomologist, not that fancy. He's going to tell you when those bugs could have been exposed to her body and how that helped law enforcement to narrow down when she got there. That's the second tub. That was found next to the leg. And you're going to see where each of these pieces was recovered. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear that they were recovered exactly where Nicholas James Casotis' vehicle was tracked. You're also going to hear him admit that he was there. And I submit to you, you're going to hear him admit it once he realizes law enforcement can track his car. The head, unfortunately, wasn't found until 5 days later. Buried. That's the shovel. And I submit to you, you're going to see the pictures that show that a shovel was used, because you're going to see that there are roots that are disturbed, where a shovel hit roots and a new spot was picked, and her head was buried. And you're going to hear about how by some miracle that head was found. By some disturbed dirt by the roadway.
Like dirt in what?
And then you're going to hear and see Mr. Casotis buying a shovel, November 4th of 2022. From Home Depot, just by his house in Savannah. Counsel had you believe it's circumstantial, you're not going to see anything, but I submit to you, your common sense is going to easily dictate what the evidence shows. An autopsy conducted. 2 days, because we didn't know if the head was going to be recovered. That's what you're going to hear the officers testify to. And Dr. Lehman, our medical examiner, is going to explain that. He started the autopsy on the torso and the 2 legs. He took what's called blood stain cards so that he could send the DNA to the laboratory to determine, is this the same person? We made sure we had the same person first. And on the 9th, he continued the autopsy because the head was recovered. And he's going to tell you there were 9 traumatic wounds to her skull. She was beaten on the head. You will see it. Those didn't go away. One of them resulting in a small fracture. I submit to you, you're also going to see her abdominal wounds. And you're going to hear why. The state is going to present to you a reason why there were wounds to her abdomen as well. And unfortunately, you're going to hear about the dismemberment.
He already did.
You're going to hear from the doctor. He can't rule out certain things. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear the reason he can't is because of the defendant. I submit to you, he can't rule out, for example, asphyxia, choking, because her neck is missing. Parts of her body have been so damaged that he can't do anything about that. That's what you're going to hear. He won't guess. You will not hear any guessing from the state. You will hear facts. And I submit to you, those facts will be compelling. Who is she? That was the next step, right? Who is she? How do we figure out that it's Mindy? Now, I've called her Mindy, but the detectives and law enforcement, they didn't know yet. They're going to talk to you about what they did at the time. They tried to test her fingerprints at the scene. They had her hands. They weren't on record. You're going to hear that they went ahead and they checked after the autopsy. She had actually on the right side a dental implant, like a crown. They couldn't track that, but they tried. You're going to hear that they did her DNA. They're going to hear that it wasn't in the system. And they went to genetic genealogy. God bless our country. Technology gets better and better. And they were able to get leads to figure out who she might be related to try and figure out who this woman was. And you're going to hear that the lead that they got dealing with the FBI was for who might be her mother, Betsy Mebane. And Betsy Mebane, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear they did her buccal swabs. It's like a Q-tip, those cotton swabs that they put inside your mouth, and they collected mom's DNA. And it turned out that was her mother. 99.9999% statistically. That is Mindy.
I think they did a great job on this sketch. You want to look at it again? Let's see. Because I mean, they're working with a head that was buried and, you know, decomposing in some part. I don't know how decomposed it might have been, but I think they did a really good job with this sketch. It's kind of crazy.
That is Mindy. You're going to hear about the forensic sketches that came out, that they tried to find information, and the hundreds of leads that law enforcement ran down. You're going to hear about all of the work that everyone put in to try and figure out who is this woman. All while they were trying to run down the knife and the tubs, because that's all they had at the scene at the time. Remember I told you, the doctor, the entomologist, he will estimate the dates of exposure between a window. And he gives a window, and he'll explain to you why there's a window of the 27th through the 29th. And the mean, or the median, right in the middle is the 28th. But it could be a little bit before or a little bit after, because he's going to tell you how he did DNA on the fly larvae to figure out how far along they were in their life cycle. So he could know exactly when her body was dumped there. But that in and of itself isn't all you're going to have. Now that we know it's Mindy Mebane Casotis, you're going to hear that law enforcement went and talked to the people that last saw her alive to, again, keep closing in that window, right? And you're going to hear that she was at her house with the defendant at the time in Savannah. Her parents had gone away for Thanksgiving weekend. Her dad's going to tell you that he saw her a couple of days before they left. They went up to Hilton Head with their youngest son, and that they were not at the house that weekend. The four of them you're going to hear lived together. Mindy, Mr. Casotis, her mother, and her father. And that her mom and dad went away knowing that Mindy wasn't feeling well, that she was on bed rest from being 8 months pregnant. That's what her parents thought. In fact, you're going to hear that they thought that January was her due date. And that she didn't go because she was going to stay home. She didn't feel well. And you're going to also hear them tell you that they were very glad to hear when Mr. Casotis advised them that Mindy was in the hospital, because they thought, great, she's going to get treatment. They're going to take care of her. We're not worried. So they weren't surprised when they came home and they didn't see Mindy. And you're going to hear one of the most compelling things. Her dad had hip surgery November 30th of 2022 when he came back from Hilton Head. And when he came back, he went into the hospital, St. Joseph Candler, near the house. It was an overnight stay. And on December 1st, when he came back, Mr. Casotis helped him into the house with his wife. It's a couple of steps to walk in, and he had just had hip surgery. And you're going to hear Mr. Casotis told her parents, don't worry, I'll take care of Mr. Mebane. Go back to work. Mrs. Mebane, go back to work. I'll watch him. And while they're in the house together, he says to her father, I'm going to get Mindy. She's dead. I'm going to get Mindy is what you will hear, but she's dead. And he knew that. And I'll tell you why. The evidence is going to show that they were at this house in Savannah, and that in the house in Savannah, there's blood in the house, and it's Mindy's blood. And you're going to note, notably, you're going to see the photographs, that blood is right where her head would be on the futon. You're going to hear about blood specks on the wall that they needed to use Blue Star, a luminescent, to find, because it had been cleaned up. You're going to hear, we don't know whether she died there. But there was definitely a bloodletting event there. And the only person with access was Nicholas James Casotis. So we follow his car, because now we know it's the 29th, 27th through the 29th. And what we find, his car is a green Ford Explorer. If you see at the top of that frame, there's a City of Riceboro building, and that building has a camera. And that camera captures a green Ford Explorer driving past it November 29th. I submit to you the evidence will show that that's the same day, if you recall, he bought that knife that was found on the crime scene. 8:56 in the morning. You're going to see his car. I submit to you, drive right past it. And I'm going to submit to you that the evidence that you're going to see that tells you why we know it's his car is that car has Bluetooth. When you buy a new car and your phone can sync so you can talk on your phone, lots of those new cars do that. AT&T keeps those records. Not the Jim McIntyres, but AT&T. I'm going to submit to you an independent third party, no interest in this case. And those records are going to show his car ping from his house to Home Depot and his whole drive right down 95 to Riceboro, right across into where he dumps the body. And he's going to admit on the audio statements to law enforcement post Miranda, an attorney who waived his rights. He told them, I turned off my GPS. And you're going to hear the surprise in his voice when he learns they can track his car too.
Uh-oh.
You're going to hear that the car and the phone follow the same path. You're going to see that witness from Riceboro, and you're going to see those photographs. And there they are. You're going to see his Ford Explorer drive right past it. You're going to see the Georgia records that show his car. You're going to see the car records that show he bought that car with cash. Almost $46,000 of cash. But he claims Mr. McIntyre was running all of his money and he had no money. That's what you're going to hear. And we're going to tell you where he had money from. You're going to see the car come and you're going to see the car go. And I told you, we followed the phones.
Phones. Here we go. We got phones.
That's why I said December 1st. If he tells her parents he's going to the hospital to pick her up, she's already dead. Because he put her there. You're going to hear why everybody believed Mr. Casotis. Counsel just told you all these wonderful things about his client. Decorated military veteran, prosecutor, judge advocate general with the Navy, Pentagon, Boston, 2 law degrees. It's not just her family that believed him. Everybody believed him. On paper, he looked like Prince Charming. I submit to you, that's what the evidence will show. And then you're going to hear the statements from the defendant. And I submit to you, you should listen to them very carefully. There's a lot of information in there. And it's information that law enforcement was able to run down. It's not just lies, it's things that are impossible, I submit to you. The question becomes why, right? Mr. Weinstein talked a little bit about the divorce. And I'm going to submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that after 10 years as a decorated military veteran, Mr. Casotis just leaves the Navy. But he leaves because he owes his first wife $1,500,000+, and the Navy is going to make him pay it. I submit to you that divorce you're going to hear about, and you're going to hear about it from the understanding of why him and Mindy were on the run. I submit to you, Mindy will be afraid. I submit to you, he fooled her too. I submit the evidence is going to show that her close family and friends are going to tell you that she was afraid. She bought it, and she paid for that with her life. I submit to you, you're going to hear that there was a new woman that Mr. Casotis, before he even had this death, was already moved on. He started talking to a new woman. She didn't know. You're going to hear she did not know he had a wife. She was not from here. She was not in any way aware of what was going on. And that he tricked her too. And you're going to hear that he was running as quick as he could away from Georgia. You're going to hear that they got remarried. She was found on December 2nd, that he was already engaged by February, and that he was already married again by April. That he changed his name several times in multiple states.
Could be a reason for that, though. Is this like a legal change
I
each
submit
time?
to you, he didn't want to pay that money. That's what you're going to hear. And you're going to hear how he tried to seal off the loose ends. Changing his name, he burned the car. I submit to you, that's what the evidence will show. To the ground.
I mean, it's not burned to the ground.
Brand new Ford Explorer.
But oop.
That's what the evidence is going to show. So let's talk for just a moment about the charges. You're going to hear that the state has charged the defendant, and you're going to listen to the court. So anything I say about the law, if there's any discrepancy, you follow Judge Rose. Malice murder, intent to kill. Every blow is an intent to kill when you're striking somebody in the head. Do we know if that killed her? No, we don't. But we know that all of those contributed to her death, and you're going to hear that from the pathologist, medical doctor. You're going to also hear felony murder, which is aggravated assault, where you intend to cause harm, serious bodily injury, but it ultimately kills them. So even if you don't think for a moment that at each blow was intent to kill, felony murder is if I intended to assault, then they die, it's felony murder. And you're going to hear something about venue, where she was killed. Counsel pointed out quite a bit about what the state doesn't know. We don't. And the law in the state of Georgia, and you're going to listen to Judge Rose, specifically instructs on venue. It talks about either the county in which the cause of death was inflicted, which in this case, you're going to hear everyone say they don't know exactly when she took her last breath because her body was dismembered and tossed over 3 miles. But they also, under the law, it says, if a dead body is discovered in this state and it cannot be readily determined in what county the cause of death was inflicted, it shall be considered that the cause of death was inflicted in the county in which the dead body was
This is for
discovered.
jurisdiction.
The law anticipates cases like this. And I submit to you, that's what we have. Mindy's body was in Liberty. That's why we are here. You're also going to hear about concealing the death of another, trying to hide the death itself. You're going to hear about the possession of the knife, and you're going to hear about more than one knife, the deer processing kit and the knife itself, that Milwaukee knife. And I submit to you, you have to get through the flesh to get to the bones. And you're going to hear the tool mark expert explain, you can't do tool marks on flesh. You're going to hear about possession of tools for the commission of the crime. Those would be the Ford Explorer itself for transporting the body, the insulation knife to get access to the bones, the deer processing kit to potentially cut through the bones, and the tubs that were used to transport her, the shovel that was used to bury her head and partially one of her legs, and the removal of body parts. Because they got moved all over. You're going to see them all over that map. And then the tampering, says cleansing wipes, trying to get rid of biological evidence. I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, a prosecutor would do that. I ask you, ladies and gentlemen, to bring your common sense, follow the law, and give justice to Mindy Bevin. Thank you.
Hey.
All right, thank you, counsel. If you would please call the first witness.
First witness.
Can we approach?
Yes, sir.
Oh, so state's approaching. Uh-oh. So if this is a long approach, we'll do some commentary. I have some thoughts. There's a lot going on here. And I'm also curious, we didn't hear anything about, we heard about name changes, but it seems like
Going to take
enough
about a
him being a
10-minute
writer.
recess. So if you would please step out with the bailiff and we'll have you back in here shortly. Thank you.
Well, we'll see. Maybe when the jury goes out, they'll come back and argue in court. But we didn't hear any mention of this He's a horror fiction writer that was using pseudonyms to publish stories. Sony apparently acquired the rights to one of the stories he uploaded to the No Sleep subreddit, which is known for original fiction works in the horror genre that are written in a way that's supposed to seem like a true story. We didn't get to hear about that, and I'm wondering if it's excluded, and the jury's not going to be able to hear about it. But what makes me wonder is this mention of Jim McIntyre, is if you have a guy that was using multiple names, could it be that Nicholas Casotis made up this Jim McIntyre guy, truthfully told a story, like genuinely as if it was real, mentioned his concerns about this Jim McIntyre to Mindy, and Mindy thought this was real because she trusted Casotis. But I don't know if they're going to be able to go down and argue this type of material. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. As far as other things with the opening statement, I think the prosecution has good evidence to work with, circumstantial or not. I mean, I think it's going to be really difficult to overcome. You know, there's a car that was burned, someone's buying a shovel, he was at the scene. However, I think it's a little weak, some of the ways the prosecution would argue two things at once. So Lori Bayo, ADA, made a point of, well, he's a great prosecutor. He was a JAG attorney. He was so good. He's not going to be found out. That's why you won't see certain things. But at the same time, she's like, there's cleaning wipes left all over. The tubs were left there. He had his phone and his vehicle with GPS in it. He was standing on the side of the road using a shovel he just bought that morning, just standing on the side of a road that we also argued was well-traveled, burying a head. So is he a smart, good prosecutor, or is he sloppy? Like, those things, maybe they're not material. Maybe it's not something everybody raises their eyebrows at. But just as a matter of argument, why would you argue both? Why would you argue both? So, and then a lot of the material, I think very inflammatory to hear somebody is dead, somebody's killed, and the person the government's accusing, why would we be here if there wasn't good reason to believe it was them? And then they may also have been engaged in infidelity. I think that stuff's real hard for a jury to get over. But I'm very, very excited to see good lawyering, see how these witnesses go, see if the state delivers what they're trying to promise in opening statements, and then see how Doug works with it. So this is expected to be a 2 to 3 week trial. It seems like Doug plans to call some witnesses too. We have Agent Bernie on the witness list. That is the same guy that did CSLI data for the YSL trial when they were mapping where everybody was traveling and who was calling who around like the day before and day after and during the time of the Donovan Thomas murder. So there's a lot here. There's a lot here. So, and all in all, I think the state's opening. So when did they start? I timestamped it as starting at 20 minutes into this stream, and it ended at 52. So it was about 32 minutes for the state's opening. I think 20 minutes would have been sharper, more pointed. And I don't know. We recently watched the Megan Jackson, that was the river dumping body trial, and it was some similar stuff, right? They go to the guy that disposes of the body, her co-defendant that pled out. He went to Lowe's that morning, was on surveillance camera with the receipts for the purchase of all the things that they found the victim's body disposed in. But there was a weird pregnancy storyline in that case as well, where we're watching it. We're like, is the pregnancy thing real? Is it something the defendant, Megan Jackson, was making up? And here it seems like, was Mindy pregnant, let alone 8 months pregnant? Maybe she was pregnant, but maybe she wasn't actually 8 months along with a due date in January. Who was telling her parents that? And maybe that's like a side story that isn't really material so much to the manner of death, but just somebody was telling unreliable details. So, you know, Nick was willing to say all of this. It would be consistent with him going to the dad while he's helping the dad walk back in the house after hip surgery, saying, yeah, I'm going to go get Mindy. It supports the theory that he knew he was lying and couldn't, in fact, go get Mindy because he had knowledge that Mindy was already dead because he's the one that killed her. So, but yeah, there's a lot here. And let's see. Also, big shout out. Terry Friday was dropping gifts in here. So big thank you, turning the chat green. Thank you for supporting the channel. For Always, Forever, for Life had asked, is this the case they call the dismemberment? Yep. So a big part of, and I think it was a strong argument. You know, Doug did point out in his opening, and I think part of the reason the state deferred and wanted to do their opening arguments after the defense went is because they did a call in response to things that Doug was saying. And Doug said, well, you're not even going to hear a manner of death. Medical examiners, they can't tell you how she died. And he was presenting that in a way as if it would help create reasonable doubt that there was a direct connection that could prove his client is the one that did the unaliving. And even though the prosecutor, ADA Bayo, yelled, and I didn't really love the yelling, I think she did make a good point. Well, we can't figure out if the cause of death was strangulation if we physically don't have the neck. Like, fair point there. But yeah, so they are calling this a dismemberment trial. I'm using that terminology, so you guys, if you recognize how the case is being framed, you'll know what we're talking about here if you don't know the defendant's name offhand. But I'm really thinking of this more in terms of this guy being a fiction writer that writes in the horror genre, realistic horror fiction stories that could be true, that the point is while you're reading it, you feel immersed in the story as if it's really happening. So it's not, there aren't elements of science fiction and supernatural, right? It's meant to be real. And we're going to get into that maybe during their lunch break. We'll go over and do a Reddit deep dive on stuff that's supposed to be associated with Nick Kasodis's writer Reddit account. But I think that layer is what makes this interesting. So, and yep, they do have some bash to the head. She said that there was impact to the head, but for whatever reason, medical examiner couldn't say that that was the cause of death, I guess. So, yeah, so earlier Alicia D, Jim McIntyre sounding like the new Mike and Quez. Yep. It could be. I did hear that we're supposed to get possibly, Doug motioned to keep it out. I don't know what the ruling on that was. Maybe we'll see an order. But there's a Target receipt where Old Spice was purchased. And maybe there's other things on that receipt that are relevant. I don't know. I want to know the relevance of Old Spice, or if that was just something that the media picked up on and included it in their discussions. I don't know. So, like, holy moly. Yeah, so that guy Nick says, how would he fake a pregnancy for 8 months, though? I don't get the point. It's possible that the parents, that's something that I think the prosecutor should have been more clear on. They were around each other at the same time, but maybe the parents only came around, between the time that somebody would be showing pregnancy. Maybe they hadn't seen her yet and they were about to after the surgery. So I don't know. Yeah, maybe that was Jasmine says, I wonder if he was going to say she died during childbirth. That's the thing. I have a lot of questions. I just have a lot of questions. Let's see. Brooklyn says, can't wait to hear what the supposed, the JAG agent did and told them. So it seems like we're going to get either some type of replay of his interview with detectives, or somebody's going to recite what they reported or took notes on, who knows. But some way or form, there's something that's going to come in through a witness that's going to relate to the defendant being surprised when they tell him, well, we do have your vehicle GPS data. And I'll tell you this, if we get through this trial and they do not give us a clip, a soundbite, a line of a transcript where Kasodis says, I turned the GPS off, it's going to be a bad mark for the state, because that was a very strong promise in opening statements. And if they fail to deliver that, I'm anchored in that detail. If they fail to give it, I'm looking for it. And if they don't, it's not going to go well for the state, in my opinion. That's a big promise. Because what would you guys think? Why else would somebody be so surprised in that very moment to the point where they utter to you, oh, I thought I turned that off? And what if it's just a detective saying it and we don't have a recording of it? What if the only evidence of this alleged statement is from the mouth of a detective who's relaying what they're claiming the defendant told them? Then what? So we got to see exactly what the evidence is and what form the evidence comes in as. But to me, that would be pretty bad. That would be real bad. And Skylar says he looks nothing like his mugshot. I agree. Let me pull up real quick. But he has been in custody, and that could just be down to, different diet while in custody. So, I always forget, they have the the stripes going on here. But this is him in the mugshot. And they pulled this up. They showed this in opening, looking very different. Not even Dizzy. No. Dizzy said he had a glow up while in county. Oh my goodness. Starfish and Coffee says, I'm hoping this is a clean investigation, but this is Georgia. What I think is really interesting is we've heard, and thanks a lot to Happily Angry Lawyer, a lot of the work he's doing on these cases that are under the radar.
All right, let's bring the jury in, please.
They get DNA testing, like wham, bam, real quick here. But then they have other stuff that sits untested forever. And this is a different county, right? So different county, but maybe it's a different GBI field office that's handling it. But still, very, very different from what I'm used to, at least from Fulton County. They're on a quick recess. They're about to come back, but they'll probably, this is East Coast time zone. They'll probably do lunch right around noon if you want to go rewatch openings then.
Yes,
or watch it on 2 times. Hey, A.S.S. Also, another contradiction, I think, with the state, and again, maybe not material is what I would make of the evidence without, I'm really criticizing the style of argument rather than the piece by piece evidence in a vacuum. But the prosecution was like, he was worried about money. He was worried about money. He was worried about money. He didn't want to pay this $1.5 million divorce settlement. So he was on the run. He was changing his name. But then he had a brand new car and he burned it. Well, burning a car after it's allegedly used in the commission of a crime or dumping a body with GPS on looks pretty bad. Just present it as that, though. Don't present that right after arguing how concerned about penny pinching the defendant is, to say, well, he spent this money on a brand new Ford Explorer and then burned it to the ground. It just a weird contradictory contrast. Doug had it was like 15 minutes. He had a 15-minute opening. He went before the state. So state waived their ability to go first with opening statements. So defense went
All right,
first.
everyone, please be seated.
All right, so we're back in business.
Please call the first witness.
Olin Love.
Love, please raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat.
Would you state your name, please?
David Olin Lovett.
What do you go by? What are you from?
Olin, O-L-I-N.
Mr. Love, where do you live?
Statesboro,
How long have you been living there?
all my life.
How old are you?
62.
Are you employed?
Yes, sir.
Where do you work?
Lovett Mills Excavating. Self-employed.
What kind of business is that?
Earthwork, dirt work, heavy equipment, construction.
You married?
Yes, sir.
How long you been married?
35 years.
You have kids?
Yes, sir.
How many?
3.
Oh. What's the oldest? What's the youngest?
35 and 27.
The, boys or girls?
All boys.
What's the oldest son do?
Builds cabinets.
The middle son
Works for a fire retardant company.
and the youngest son?
He worked for me
Okay.
in construction business.
Are you affiliated with any house of worship in Bullock County?
Yes, sir. Statesboro worships.
And how long you been affiliated with that?
Just 2 years because we just started this church.
Before that, were you affiliated with
First
another?
United Methodist Church.
And
All
how
my
long?
life.
How long were you
All
with?
my life.
Are you familiar with the Portal Hunting Club?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
That's a hunt club been in existence since 1900 in below Riceboro down here.
How long you been a member?
15 years,
How big is that hunting area?
13,000 acres.
Is there an older hunting club in Georgia?
No, sir.
Is there a clubhouse on that property?
Yes, sir.
Describe for the jury that clubhouse.
It's a block building, probably 40 by 70, with 4 bedrooms and a big kitchen in the back, and a den in the middle with a big fireplace.
And how does that clubhouse get used?
When we hunt, that's where we stay. You know, most everybody's from Statesboro or Portal, which is right above Statesboro, so we all stay there in the bedrooms. There's 4 bedrooms.
So you say most of the members are from Statesboro?
Yes, sir.
Why isn't there a hunt club in Statesboro?
There is, but just we like to get away. You know, try to stay out of trouble, but obviously.
Now, let me direct your attention to Friday, December 2nd, 2022. Did you have occasion to be on the Portal Hunting Club property on that day?
Yes, sir.
Was there something special about that weekend?
I don't think so. Was that the weekend after Thanksgiving?
Okay. Were you with any other hunters?
A group of us, yes, sir. Probably 30 people.
Now, describe for the jury when you're down there hunting, how the hunting takes place.
We usually surround the block and then turn dogs out to strategic places and try to jump a deer and run a deer. And that's what happened.
Okay. And did you have another hunter nearby where you were?
Yes, sir.
Who was
Next
that?
in David Brandon.
You don't actually know that. So also huge shout out, Black Butterflies in the building. A lot of people know Black Butterfly from the YSL chats. This attorney accent with the white hair reminds me of Matlock. I love watching trials where people have a different accent. I think it makes it so I tune in more to make sure I'm following every word and not losing any meaning in diction or something being accentuated in a certain way. Also the colloquialisms. You know, what do you guys call a tub, tote, Rubbermaid container, Tupperware? If you just saw whatever you want to call it sitting in the woods, what would you guys call it? Because this is reminding me of, do you call it a shopping cart? Do you call it a buggy? I think there's other terms that people use. But I know there's always like a buggy versus cart debate, depending on what region of the country you're from. So I always like hearing the differences there. Ian says, I really missed you guys. Me too. I got so much work done this morning, and I don't know how to explain it, you guys. There is such a joy to doing these trial streams and getting to hang out with you guys. When I have trials playing while I'm working and I'm not streaming it, I don't get to interact with the chat, and then I always end up missing it. Like, it just feels like I have no social life and no friends. So always appreciate the opportunity to actively hang out with you guys. And then productivity-wise, I don't know, it doesn't seem to make sense, but when I'm doing a stream that's 9 to 5 watching a trial, when I tell you the first 3 hours, like 6 in the morning till 9 when we start up, I get so much done. So much done. And if I wasn't doing the stream, I would have been moseying over to my desk at like 9 o'clock, barely getting into the groove. So just really weird how my productivity shifts. So let's see. Oh, trolley is another one for shopping carts and buggies. That's another one. Trolley. Dizzy says cart, but my hubs calls it a trolley. Cool, we got 2 trolley mentions here. Tat clouds for the bins, tote says container. Tupperware for FFS, we got bin. AK answered both, said tote and a cart. Let's see. Sammy says a buggy from South Carolina. LL says it's a tote, not a bin. They said 10 minutes for this break when he had the bailiff take the jury out. So if you need to pop to the store, it depends how quickly you can get to the store. And shout out to Dizzy if you guys think Dizzy looks familiar. Dizzy is an honorable mod over at Justice Serve TV. We love them. And also, you're a mod too for Lauren Conlin with Pop Crime, right? I think you're a mod over there. Either that or I've seen you over there. So always good to hang out with Dizzy. Glad Dizzy's hanging out with us today. Love Justice Served. Love Pop Crime TV with Lauren. I think Lauren actually has Mark Betterow on today. I obviously can't watch it because I'm here. Let me pull up a link to that. And then who knows? We could, depending on how long, if they do a full day here, they don't end on Glanville time. If this goes all the way through till 5, we'll probably redirect over to Justice Serve TV because they usually do a show at 6. Pop Crime, Lauren Conlin. All right, so it's done for today. So what I'm going to link for Lauren Conlin's show is done for the day. Oh wait, it says live still for me, but it could be ending right now. Or YouTube's just showing me the thing for who knows what reason. But this is Lauren with Mark Betterow. And then also another thing I can't wait to go and catch up on after this is the hearing that's going on with the Miles King case debacle over in Massachusetts, where Lally, a prosecutor known for mostly trial 1 for Karen Reed, but he sat there. I think he participated like once or twice in trial 2. He had to take the stand. You guys always know I love when a prosecutor has to take a stand, or an attorney has to sit for a deposition. I love it. And he had to take the stand, and there's been a lot of fight to protect Lally while he's on the stand. Oh, there's a protective order. He can't narrow the scope of what you're going to ask him. He's got his attorney there. Oh, okay. So Dizzy said the Betterow part is done. Okay, so the Lauren Conlin show that I linked, Betterow's earlier on in the segment, but her show is still live. So there we go. Okay, so Nothing Burger, that was continued to the 12th. Thank goodness I didn't miss anything. But that's been, you guys know I love watching stuff like that, having an attorney get up on the stand. Do you guys remember when Adam Abate, during the whole Melnick, Woody, Kenneth Copeland, Caleb Bumpus, ex parte saga, Adam Abate took the stand, but he didn't want to be put under oath? Oh, what a time, what a time. Also, huge shout out to Kay Schmidt. Good to see you hanging out today. I've bumped into you in other chats, so glad you're here with us. Super generous here, gifting 10 memberships. So if you guys suddenly turned green, welcome to the gang. Give a big thank you to Kay Schmidt. That's super generous. I love you guys just telling me that it was a big nothing burger. Otherwise, I would have been sitting here waiting to go watch the Miles King hearing that ended up going nowhere today. So it looks like continued to the 12th. So next week. Also, you guys, this is supposed to be a 2 to 3 week trial. Seems to be moving pretty efficiently, but who knows? I think the experts were getting the infotainment and the cell phone track, the location information. That might be like an all-day type witness. So I can see why this is going to 2 weeks for the state to present their case. As we approach the 18th, we'll have to make a decision if this trial is still going and they have court that day. The Mahendra Patel trial. Ashley Merchant is representing Mahendra Patel against charges of attempted kidnapping. This is in relation to the Walmart story where the woman's on a power scooter. Mahendra Patel is apparently looking for a very specific type of delayed release Tylenol capsule for his mother that needs to take the specific type. So he asked for some assistance from this woman who's on a power cart in Walmart, holding her 2 kids on the power cart, or somewhat holding the 2 kids. And he's accused of attempted kidnapping, but there's this quick little surveillance video where defense is saying, no, the child was like falling off and was about to fall on the floor. And the district attorney's office is arguing, no, he was trying to steal the child. You could see them aggressing over, fighting with, and then trying to secure the child and take the child away from the parent. Very, very widespread calls for this case not even to go to trial from politicians, from family members, from community, from people all over the country and globe, but it's going to trial. So that's going to start on the 18th, I believe, with jury selection, but maybe they'll get right into opening statements that same day if it goes quickly. So we'll play it by ear. We'll probably make that a priority over this because I only expect it to be like a 2 or 3 day trial. And we'll watch that and then catch up with anything we miss from CASOTUS whenever those hearings, those trial days are done for Mahendra Patel. But I can't believe that case is going to trial. Yeah. So yep, that's the thing, Dizzy. And this isn't Fulton. This is a different county. So we can't even blame it on Fulton County shenanigans. But Ashley Merchant had to go get the footage herself. So wouldn't you think surveillance footage from a major retail store, and this isn't like 10 years removed, this isn't like a McDonald's that doesn't exist anymore, although we suspect that there's a possibility that footage was obtained and maybe it just didn't have what they wanted it to show, so it went missing. We never got a clear-cut answer on what the big deal about the McDonald's surveillance footage and why it was missing was in the YSL trial. But yeah, big questions. Why did defense attorneys, why does the defense have to go and get this information? And then later on in the surveillance footage, which I think is the most, it makes me laugh, but it also pisses me off. The mother with the scooter crashes into like an end cap display of an aisle with the cart, and the one child like tumbles off the bottom of the power cart and has to like touch the floor, and someone else that's shopping is like, oh my God. So, and yes, it'll be great to see Ashley in action. Crazy. And he was denied, when you're charged with certain things, I think it was initially kidnapping and then it was reduced to attempted kidnapping. But with the kidnapping charge, there's no bond eligibility. So Ashley had to fight on that. And then with the charges being reworked, then she was able to get a bond hearing, and then the judge granted bond, and you could hear the gallery, friends, members of the community, you could hear them audibly erupt into cheers when the judge said, yeah, I'm granting this. So the judge seemed to think, I got the read from the judge that he thought some of the prosecution's arguments were wholly ridiculous. So always love tuning into a case where the judge wears a little bit on their sleeve. So, and this is supposed to be a 10-minute. I'm like a minute behind. So let's just, yeah, they're not back yet. So we'll just speed up till we get real time. And then when they actually do the lunch recess, which I expect will be about an hour, maybe they do shorter lunches, that's when we're going to do this Reddit deep dive and figure out what this guy's murder mystery, career, content creation, what it all looked like, whatever we can find. Also, the Honorable, that in the building, 11-month membership, holy moly. It's going to be a year soon. So thank you for supporting for 11 months. And I'm late but present. Roll call. Late is okay. Yeah, AK, I got the same vibe that the judge tried to hide it. But I mean, there are times I don't mind expressing my thoughts, and I appreciate that you guys know, if I'm laughing in this case because there's a mention of a bush, I appreciate that you guys get that I'm not laughing because of the situation or the facts of this case. The word bush just now forever makes me think of Detective Viverito saying she hides in the bushes out in the field on Cleveland Avenue over in Fulton County, right? So I can't always hide on my face that I'm laughing at the mention of something, and I appreciate that you guys know what it is. And I don't love when judges just get over the top or show too much. 11 months, and I'm late but present. Roll call. Safety. But this was something that the state really leaned on in their arguments. Ayala factors, deny him bond.
Thank you. Good morning, Agent Dickerson.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Brett Dickerson. It's BRETTDICKERSON.
What do you do for a living, sir?
I'm a special agent for the Georgia Bureau of Investigation.
And have you worked for any law enforcement agencies other than the Georgia Bureau of Investigation?
Yes, ma'am. I started my career with the Sheriff's Office in Scriven County.
And just so that we kind of try to abbreviate this some, do they go by the GBI?
Yeah, the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Yes, ma'am. GBI.
Yeah. So I'm not going to say Georgia Bureau of Investigation 100 times. So can we call it the GBI?
Sure thing.
Okay. And you said, where did you work before that?
The Scriven County Sheriff's Office in Sylvania, Georgia.
Okay. How long did you work for them?
About 21 years.
And before that?
That was my first law enforcement job.
Okay. And what did you do at Scriven?
I wore a lot of hats. So I started off working in the jail, also dispatched, and then later on went to the police academy and obtained certification as a peace officer in the state of Georgia. I worked in the road patrol division until 2007. At that point, I also graduated from Georgia Southern University and moved over to the criminal investigations division where I was an investigator. I served as an investigator from 2007 until 2018 when I was promoted to chief deputy of the agency and served there until I left.
Okay. So that was all in Scriven?
Correct.
Okay. And when you left Scriven County after 21 years, where did you go?
The GBI.
Okay. Tell the jury what and how you become a GBI special agent.
Well, there's an application process, obviously. It's fairly extensive. It took me about a year or so to get on between the backgrounds and everything.
In that capacity, did you have any training that was in addition to your training from Scriven?
Correct. So once I was hired, we attended the basic agent course, which is usually around 14 weeks. And during that time, you're in residence at the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, and you're given the training needed to become a special agent.
Okay. And as a special agent, do you have any particular roles, or is it just one role as a special agent?
So my role at my GBI office there in Statesboro Region 5 is that of a crime scene specialist.
And where is Region 5? What does that cover?
It's in Statesboro.
Time that you subsequently returned to that location on December 5th of 2022.
Volume check.
Okay. And when you returned to that location, I'm going to slide number 26.
Thank you, Bougie K.
I would ask that this be published. Can you see
To the jury to pay attention later about the blood spatter stuff. Let's see, guys.
of 2022?
Yes, ma'am. I was on call.
Can you tell us what on call means?
I can. So during regular work hours, which are usually 8:30 to 5, Monday through Friday, if we receive a call for a scene, then we respond directly from the office. However, crime doesn't always happen at convenient times, so we have an on-call schedule. Myself and another crime scene specialist share that burden. So usually about 50% of the time, I'm required to be on call. And on-call status with GBI means I need to be able to return to a ready state of being able to respond directly to a scene of a crime within about 30 minutes or so of receiving notification.
Were you on call on December 2nd of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Can you tell us, without giving us any details, how far away from Riceboro, Liberty County, were you at on December 2nd, 2022?
Yes, ma'am. Well, I still live in Sylvania. I left the sheriff's office. I didn't move. So with Scriven County being in our region, it's at the very north end, and Liberty County's at the other end. So it's almost 2 hours to get down, depending on traffic.
Did you get in your car and have to come down to Liberty County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you recall approximately when you got to Liberty County?
I can. It would have been about 9:15 that evening.
Got the snappy glasses.
Do you know who at the time it was that contacted you with regards to that location?
The case agent in this case is Special Agent Tracy Sands with our office.
Okay, and is he the one that contacted you?
I believe one of the supervisors actually called me to notify me to respond, but he was a point of contact for the case.
Okay, and can you tell the jury what the lead agent on a case, what that actually means?
Sure. So again, with the kind of cases that we work, sometimes with the complexity and the scope thereof is more than one agent will necessarily be able to handle effectively by themselves. So we'll have a case agent who kind of serves like a quarterback for a team. He or she will direct the course of the investigation and assign resources as needed and collaborate with the supervisors to make sure the investigation can be handled properly. And ultimately, they're also going to be responsible for tying everything together and presenting a court case.
So would he be somebody that would direct you as to things potentially that he wanted with respect to a case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And where did you go to assist in that investigation specifically?
I met him at the intersection of Jones Road and an unnamed hunting club road that was on the Portal Hunting Club near Riceboro in Liberty County.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. All right. So we'll count this. I don't know what's going to happen, but we'll count this as an objection. And we'll see what happens with it. There's a lot of glasses in this courtroom, too. That was quick.
Agent Dickerson, did you bring anything with you here today to testify? Meaning your materials?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you bring?
The case reports that generated during the course of the investigation.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you, if you've had difficulty recollecting something, just let us know.
Sure.
And if you could just push those off to the side for the time being.
Sure thing.
If you don't recall.
Do you guys want to go back? Was he looking at his notes? So in the little scrub thing, I'm hiding it. I don't see offhand here that we can see something. He does seem like he kind of looks down. He snapped his glasses on. So it seems like Doug approached and said, hey, can you make the witness put their notes away? Oh,
Call something, please just let us know and you'll be able to refresh your recollection. Just let me know you need to.
Sure thing.
that's something, sorry to be a Posey McCauserton, but remember that was something that couldn't be done in real time in the YSL trial because of how there's so many co-defendants, the courtroom was large, and the defense attorneys are all the way on the other side of where the witness stand was. So remember there would be times where we'd be saying something in the chat and then it'd be on Twitter and people would be talking about it. And the next day or after a break, the defense attorneys would say something like, hey, you know what, earlier it looked like Sprinkle was using his laptop when there was no reason for him to be referencing his laptop. Or even things like the hot mic, I think with Gaither, the second time she was on the stand, we heard it come through the feed, but they couldn't hear it on their side of the courtroom. They heard about it when people were talking about it and then came in and raised the issue with the court. So really cool to see a smaller courtroom. Doug can call this out in real time. Very sharp.
Would it be fair to say that this incident happened some time ago?
It did.
Okay. Do you take reports for a reason?
Yes, ma'am.
What's that reason?
So we document things in order to make sure that the facts of the case are preserved and then presented later on in court in an accurate fashion.
Okay. So when you are doing a crime scene, are you doing it in time, simultaneous to what you're doing at the scene, those documents?
Oh, no, ma'am. We produce notes and we use those notes to generate our reports later on.
Okay. So you're taking notes when it's happening and then you put those into a report later?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that to assist and help with your recollection?
Yes, ma'am. It's taught to us that the dullest pencil is better than the sharpest memory. So.
Fair enough. Now, you indicated that you went down to Riceboro and you met Agent Sands. Is that right? And you said, what time was that approximately?
About 9:15.
Okay. And when you got there, can you describe the scene for the jury of what you saw when you got there?
Sure. There really wasn't much to see. This is an intersection of a county maintained road and Jones Road, and then an unnamed hunting club road. The hunting club road was equipped with a metal swing gate that was open at the time, and the hunting club road was very well maintained. It was had some deep ditches on either side of it, and it was fairly dry, even though it had a lot of rain in the area. Just prior to that, the area was very wooded.
Okay. So when you got there, did you see any people other than the terrain itself?
I did. There were some deputies. Don't know their names, but they were securing the scene, outside the scene, controlling the traffic on Jones Road, and they had put up some crime scene barrier tape denoted outside of the crime scene there at the intersection, and were keeping people off of the hunting club road itself.
Okay. And were there any civilian on scene, if you recall, by the time you got there?
While I was there, not until later.
Okay. So when you first arrive on the scene and you see all this, you have occasion to speak with Agent Sands?
I did.
Okay. And what do you normally do when you arrive at a homicide scene generally?
So in order to understand the scope of the scene and what's going to be needed to properly examine the crime scene, we have to know a little bit about what happened. And what we normally do is call an initial briefing. We'll meet with the case agent or perhaps a requesting agency, a representative thereof, and talk with them about what the case needs, what's going on, and what the circumstances are, so we can make some determinations early on about what we need.
Okay. Did you have that kind of a briefing?
We did.
And can you tell the jury what, if any, physical things you did in terms of measurements and photographs to initially assess the scene?
So one of the very first things we do at any crime scene is to go ahead and take photographs. Those photographs serve as documentation of the scene as we found it. And that's before we start manipulating anything in the scene. We'll go ahead and take those pictures. So again, we find things as we determine. Now, we can't always say that we're going to go into a scene and things haven't been touched or moved because we don't generally respond to scenes first. But we will document them as we find them as we respond.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say that's kind of like an overview of the scene?
Correct.
Okay. Do you subsequently take far more detailed photographs?
Yes, ma'am. We generally start at overall photographs, which would depict the scene, the overall scene where the incident took place, and then we'll move in and photograph other things, be it the victim or individual items of evidence.
Did you do both of those in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you give us a rough idea of approximately how many pictures you took? Give everybody a warning so we can turn off devices. Now, specifically, can we turn that on? If you could just, who drew this?
I did.
Okay. Did you use a computer to assist you?
Yes.
Okay. And that orange mark at the bottom, can you tell us, or I shouldn't say at the bottom, in the middle of the photograph, can you tell us what that is?
That's just the metal swing gate that I mentioned before. It's just a representation of where it was.
Okay. And is that what we saw in the last photograph, that gate?
It was.
Okay. And specifically, you see these numbers, these placard numbers. Do you,
The left side was the first side, right side was the second side.
my apologies, I'm not the best at a compass. So when that occurred, you captured each of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you,
This is showing the location where Mindy's torso was recovered there at the top, and then the intersection at the bottom of Jones Road and the unnamed wooded lane, along with those evidence placards there, 1 through 7, that were located at the intersection.
okay. And who drew this drawing?
I drew it.
Okay. Would that be a fair and accurate representation of what spatially those items roughly look like?
Right. This is an approximation for demonstration for demonstrative purposes. This is to show the relationship between where these things were found, basically between each other.
Did you ultimately measure the distance of each of these items?
I did.
Okay. But for the purposes of this slide, it was merely to just give an approximation for the jury.
Right. This is for someone to, at a glance, get a good idea of where the body was recovered in relationship to the other items.
Your Honor, we actually have completed the first portion of his testimony.
Lunchtime?
Okay.
What a time to go to lunch.
We'll go ahead and break for lunch. Let's see. I've got 12:30, and ask that you be back here in about an hour, and we'll start at 1:45. So you've got a little over an hour.
They're feeding us out a little bit. So during this lunch break, you guys, I was getting hungry. I'm not hungry right now. Guess that's a good thing. We are going to do a dive in. Open up a picture over here. All right, so just a framework of what we're going to be looking at. Again, we're referring to the defendant here. I think it's very interesting that the defendant's middle name is James. Nicholas James Kassotis. We've got a No Sleep podcast. We're going to go check out this subreddit, and we're going to see what's still left of anything that Nick's account had sorry, Nick, in the chat. The defendant, Kassotis, submitted to this Reddit. We're going to see what this subreddit is all about. And apparently here, his most well-known story was about a woman realizing her husband was trying to kill her. Apparently, according to Reddit comments, somebody said that he was telling Mindy, or maybe he was posting it on Reddit, maybe we'll see, that Mindy died of COVID in 2020. One of the names he went by, we're going to see a few, was KJ Stark, Killian Stark. We're going to pull up this thread, so we'll look at this whole thread that's referenced here. Nick Moorfox was another pseudonym. We're going to look at a subpoena about Sony acquiring the rights. So Sony Pictures, like the Sony, acquired film rights to a story that he wrote called, I think, My Mother-in-Law is Trying to... All right, we've got some music going. Let me pause that in the background. They acquired the rights to some story he wrote. And let's go see. Let's get into this deep dive. So here, this is the subpoena that was sent to Sony. They wanted to get this information. Judge agrees to the subpoena. You are hereby required to be and appear at the Liberty County Superior Court before the Honorable Charles P. Rose. That's the judge we're seeing of Superior Court at the Liberty County Justice Center, located at 201 South Main Street in Hinesville, Georgia. This was back, they wanted them to appear on the 23rd of September in 2024 and bring with you into said court certain documents. What did they want? Contracts, rights purchase agreement, theatrical distribution agreement, copyright registration, copyright transfers, payment distribution, copies of checks and or records related to the disbursements of funds, records pertaining to the purchase of rights, use of materials related to, again, the storyline, my mother-in-law was poisoning me and then I found out why. These materials are associated with a Reddit story written by the pseudonym Nick Moore, aka Nick Moorfox, Nick Stark, Nicholas James Killian Stark, Nicholas James Kassotis, and are also known be the document listed as Mother-in-Law Project, 3000 Pictures Inc., and registered with the U.S. Copyright Office. So there we go, signed by the judge here. This was back in 2024 in September. What's going on with this Reddit deep dive? We heard the state in opening statements. ADA Bayou mentioned while they were supposedly on the run, they didn't want to pay this $1.5 million judgment to Kassowitz's first wife, who won the judgment amount, that Kassowitz started changing his name. But we didn't hear mentions in opening statement of fictitious works, Kassowitz being an author. We didn't hear anything that would hint to the jury about that, at least not that I heard. What's interesting, though, is the defense is arguing that there was a third-party culprit. It was somebody else. Somebody, apparently with the name Jim McIntyre. And that contemporaneously, both the defendant, Nicholas Kassowitz, I keep calling Kassotis, and Mindy were telling people that they were concerned and trying to, be on the run and stay away from this Jim McIntyre. Now, that's pretty helpful to the defense if there's no backing context allowed in about how the defendant wrote fictional stories and used a bunch of different names as part of his work as a writer. one would think, well, why would Mindy also be in on this? This guy Jim must be real. But I have some questions, and we got to wait and see what the state can present. But I have some questions when we have all these different nicknames, and then this name comes up, Jim, and this guy's middle name is James. I don't know. I'm curious. So let's go down this rabbit hole. Let's go to this Reddit rabbit hole. So we're going to start with this thread that we saw referenced in Dizzy's graphics, and this is kind of tiny. So let me make it bigger. Oh, can I get rid of the sidebar? Cool. That's way bigger. So a thread to process complex emotions regarding recently uncovered events. We are over in the No Sleep OOC subreddit. Let's see. This subreddit, I want to use their own description. Welcome to No Sleep OOC. This is an out-of-character subreddit created for No Sleep community. We're going to look at the description of that community. Please feel free to discuss any matters relating to that community. So let's go over to No Sleep and see how they describe themselves. So the No Sleep subreddit, and it's something I've read. Actually, my first time reading something from No Sleep, I think proves the purpose of what it's supposed to be about. It's something that was recommended to me years and years ago. The subreddit's been around for many, many years. I started reading a story, but I thought it was a real story until I realized that the subreddit is what it is. So No Sleep is a community for original horror stories. Stories may be true or not, but they are almost never true. While our stories are fiction, we treat all stories like true, real-life experiences because the best scares come from when you're immersed in the story. If it helps, don't think of it as reading a story. Think of it as witnessing an event. And then, yeah, so they've got some other stuff here. I don't know. Let's see. I want to see if this mentions anything. Nope. So let's go back over to this thread that addresses this case. So this was 2 years ago. This was posted Wednesday, June 7th, 2023. A thread to process complex emotions regarding recently uncovered events. So remember, Cassotis was arrested in May of 2023. They have the GoFundMe here for the funeral arrangements for Mindy, the victim. It was brought to our attention earlier tonight that a well-known and well-regarded member of this community has been arrested under suspicion of committing some truly horrific and violent acts. They link to an article that gives a summary. If you're not familiar with the username of the accused, we will not be releasing it here. This post and its comments are meant to be a place where those in the community who knew/know the accused can openly discuss and process the tragedy together. Suffice it to say, this is not a No Sleep story. It's not fodder for No Sleep stories. This is a real thing that happened to real people, and which has also had a great impact on the community here for those of us who knew the accused, and which has caused irrevocable damage to the family of the victim. So they're letting this thread be a safe space to talk about what's going on, express your feelings, and they're going to moderate though to make sure everyone stays respectful. And don't speculate. Don't speculate. So please do not add accusations or speculation to the comments. Those will be removed. So we're going to take a quick look at the comments, but understand that some stuff of this nature could have been removed. I'm sorry, I think we're going to say your name a lot, Nick. Apologies in advance. So Nocturnal Nanny here has a comment, pretty broken up about it as Nick and I were really close. It feels unreal. This man went to my baby shower. He sent my kids' birthday presents. He was going to my formal wedding. He was a really close friend of mine, and it feels weird to say was. I feel sick and confused. My heart goes out to Mindy's family as this is horrific and tragic. I keep trying to find the article that says that they made a mistake and that Nick isn't guilty of this, though it looks and feels like a nightmare. So this person's having trouble processing it. We've got G-Trip saying, I spoke with Nick here and there a few times in passing comments, but nothing substantial. He seemed like a nice enough fellow when I saw him engage with the community, well-spoken and easy to get along with, and we had no close personal bond. Goes on to give advice about grieving and shout out to the community. Let's see. There are some comments spread throughout that talk about his writing, and that's really what I'm going to look to cut to. Yeah, comments about being wickedly talented. And that might be a reasonable inference if this context is allowed somehow to come into trial, that the only reason Mindy was telling people about this Jim McIntyre is because the defendant planted the name Jim McIntyre into her head as being a real person. So that's where I'm going with why this is such a crazy rabbit hole. And the more people say that somebody's a talented story creator, story writer, the more I'm inclined to think they could pass off a made-up story in real life, in the real world. So, Dizzy, I also saw the same, that Mindy was also a writer apparently, but also couldn't find anything. So let's get over to some of the other posts. I don't think that this, again, they were removing things that did too much speculation, and they're really just letting this be a get it off your chest and dealing with grief. But there is some, let's see. All right, so this is supposed to be his, well, I guess a community for him that he wrote, that he created. Let's get over to his user account. All right, so we'll start with the user account. So I don't know when the last time he may have updated his profile was, but present day, it's Nick Moorfox with the handle NM Writes. And we've got comments, posts, overview. We'll dig through this. You can see a lot of the stuff is 3 years ago. I don't really remember what's the difference between overview? Does it just give you posts and comments? So I don't know. Let's see. This is down. I tried looking at this. This website doesn't load up. This newsletter gives me we can't reach this page. But it was supposed to be a Substack. The URL says nickmoorfox.substack.com. And then that was the subreddit. He says he links to all of his stories here. We're going to open that. Not all of them. Almost all of them are removed, but you can still see the titles. But this is him writing. He answers his own question, where are your favorite stories? So he says, I'm extremely blessed to have had 4 stories nominated for the Story of the Month contest, with 1 winning and another taking 3rd. The title, I Made It to School Too Quickly Yesterday, was nominated in November 2018. Then this, My Mother-in-Law Was Poisoning Me, Then I Found Out Why, was given a bronze prize in January of 2019. And again, it's locked, it's archived, and it's been removed. So we'll read some of the comments that were in reply to the story, but I don't see a copy of the story anywhere. Then we have I Can Read Minds, Someone Is Trying to Kill Me, nominated in March 2019, and Forever a Drug, winner in April 2019. Forever a Drug also won the award for the best single part story of 2019, and There Is a Serial Killer That Everyone Else Thinks Is Dead, won the 2019 award for best story with under 500 upvotes. And someone had mentioned that there was possibly a serial killer that was known to be dismembering people in Georgia, in the state of Georgia, in this like 2018 whatever time frame. So if that's the case, kind of an interesting story, but I don't know. I have no clue. And then let's see. He's got some other titles. The Black Cloud. I'm a photographer specializing in remote wilderness expeditions. I think this is my last job.
Did she just take off, I guess? Yeah, basically. Sorry, y'all. I was on the phone with somebody and stuff. So I had to step away. Who's all here anyways? Cue Ball's here. Is Fishy here or no? I gotta talk to the Fishy tonight at some point.
What's up?
What's
Charles,
up? Yeah,
day.
I had to take a call real quick. One of my buddies called, so
Okay, do you want me to open that link that you sent me and put it on the screen?
well, I mean, if y'all want to actually go over it or whatnot, it had some interesting pictures and information and stuff like that. It sounded like
I
rather,
do.
yeah,
Okay, hold on.
yeah. Apparently, Angela and them had posted a bunch of background information involving telling the who this Roy West guy was and stuff is or whatever, and I'm guessing he was probably the one that brought Todd Click the idea about the openness and stuff. I mean, I didn't go through that email just yet because it's 27 fucking pages long. But quite a few of those are actually just images and stuff. They're cool images and stuff, so it seems interesting. I got asked to be in a live tomorrow.
Who's?
Actually, I might drag your ass in there too.
Oh wait, let me see. Transfer. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be pro state versus pro defense, I guess.
What?
Well, I mean,
Who's that with?
it's nobody. It's nobody you got to worry about. So, I
But
mean,
who's it with?
that would be Senior Paradox and Don't Hate Create.
Oh. Okay. Cool. Cool.
That's what I'm saying.
What is?
I'm trying to find that out. I gave Fishy the link to this live before I got on the phone with
Oh, she
Paradox.
was in here.
Yeah. She might be lurking or whatever like that, but I gotta confirm it all through her because it's gonna be her live and stuff like that, so I don't want
Your
to
mic.
tread in her
There we
way
go.
and stuff. Yeah, my finger accidentally hit, but the microphone is.
Don't Hate Create is on which side?
She is pro defense.
All right. That's what I figured because I know where Paradox is. Okay, let me see.
Hey, Pertinent, how are you doing?
Where did that?
It's like every time Paradox gets a hold of me, he's like always knows beforehand that something happened. He's like trying to, have you been pissing anybody off lately? And I'm like, dude, it's me. No matter what I do, somebody's gonna get pissed off. And I'm like, you must be obviously talking about the Ford car or whatever. And I'm like, it is what it is, man. She jumped on my channel talking smack, and I just had her
Who?
removed. So the
Who?
Ford car.
Mustang? Oh, sorry.
The whole point was not to say it out loud. Not to get me. You're about to get 20 emails. Okay, that's what you just brought on
Oh
yourself.
God.
And yeah, I wouldn't worry about it. Like I said, we've done similar lives to this many times. We had Peggy, Fishy, Paradox, me, and Dan. Dan was just doing the technical stuff or whatever. But yeah, it goes really well when it's people that are mature and not fucking being little bitches. So yeah.
Right.
And as far as Paradox says, it's basically he's done doing lives about Delphi and stuff like that. So, and he liked to have me there and stuff, and because he's my buddy, he loved me. Yeah. Plus, it sounds like fun. I've been trying to bug Fishy to get back into doing lives again, so it works for me.
It does sound fun.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, if I knew, if I had any inkling at all that there was a chance that somebody would be a date, I wouldn't have said anything to you about it. I wouldn't have invited you or whatever like that. But
What? Say again. I'm sorry. I didn't hear you.
I said if I thought anybody in the live would be a dick to you, I wouldn't have worried about inviting you. So these people were all good, safe people. So very smart people too. Yeah.
That's what we need around here.
Well, technically they already been like Paradox.
Yeah. No. Yeah. I know.
Like not too much from one-on-one conversations or direct conversations, but I don't shut the fuck up about them. I know that much. Those are
I
my
know.
homies. Yeah. And yeah, it's just fish. So it's just seafood. Yeah.
Alrighty. You want to take it away and tell us what this is?
That is a 27-page email that was sent by Roy West to the Indiana State Police and Carroll County Sheriff's Department pertaining to his thoughts on the crime scene of the Delphi murders.
Who's Roy West?
Roy West is a detective. I'm not sure if he's ISP or what, but I'm pretty sure he has to be. Because he definitely
Indy.gov.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Like I
must
said,
be something
Angela
like
posted
that.
a bunch of screenshots telling his background, but I would have had to download like 8 fucking screenshots and then send those to you separately, one by one by one by one, and then the email too. So if we really want some background on him, I mean, I can shoot over to Discord or something like that, and verbally or whatever. Like, hold on, actually, I will do that. One second. Hopefully, y'all can still hear me.
How come this doesn't want to go away?
Discord, back up. Where is it? Yep. I mean, for fucking honestly, Discord is the best thing ever. I swear.
I really like it, actually.
I mean, you just gotta get used to it. It's like it's got so much. You can make different sections for all your different murders and stuff that you're working on.
Different murders.
Well, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, all right.
Yeah.
Can I load that up? 1 second. Hold on. Blah 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 blah. Okay.
7 pages as if they're reading that for real.
That screenshot was pointless, Angela, or whoever took it. Appreciate you, anyways. But still, 1 second.
This
All right.
might be better.
All right, I need to be able to talk. Detective Roy West is a highly respected former homicide detective with the Indianapolis Metropolitan Police Department, IMPD, who served the city for 47 years, during which he solved hundreds of murder cases. Even after a storied career, West has stated that he remains haunted by the cold cases that went unsolved or unresolved. A retrospective from Fox 59 News highlighted his decades-long dedication as he prepared to retire. He reflected on the many cases he worked on throughout his IMPD tenure. But wait, that's not all. That's literally what the screenshot says, so I have to click the next one. 1 second. Loads. Make it bigger. Okay. How did honest detective Roy West assist in the eventual exoneration of an innocent man? In the Leon Vincent case, Roy West, Detective Randy West, played a critical, though concealed, role as part of the investigative team. According to investigation findings on August 23rd, 1998, Detective West sent a fax note to lead detective Alan Jones indicating that Webster runs with Eddie, aka Bo, says he was present at the shooting and saw Webster shoot a white guy in the head. These details implicated Joseph Webster as the actual shooter and included claims that Webster had bragged about the killing. However, this key information, along with other investigative leads, were never disclosed to Benson's defense, undermining a fair trial. Roy West relayed information suggesting, oh, I remember this. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, they basically committed a Brady fucking violation or something, more or less, by not including the information to the lawyer and stuff. The information was withheld, contributing to Benson's conviction based on weak eyewitness testimony. The suppression of such evidence played a pivotal role in the wrongful conviction that lasted nearly 25 years. So Roy West sent a fax note to Detective Jones stating that an informant bragged about shooting a white guy in the head. He said Webster confessed. Okay, we already heard that. In August 2023, after nearly 25 years, he was exonerated as new evidence, including the 1998 facts implicating Webster, came to light. Yeah, that would have been a Brady violation. Detective Roy West had been a federal witness for Benson's okay. Is there any actual important information at this point? I get, he helped one guy get off. That's great. All right. So when it comes to credibility of information and the truthfulness of witnesses, who should we believe? The proven liars who work to frame an innocent man, and convict Richard Allen, or the few good, honest men who put their necks and careers on the line to uphold their sacred oath and tell the truth in the interest of justice? Roy West, Mike Thomas, Todd Click, Greg Ferenczi, and Kevin Murphy. That has got to be the worst fucking list you would want your fucking name on right there. That's wow. I mean, I feel bad for this Roy West guy. He seems like a decent person and all that, but everybody else on that list is just trash.
What?
Yeah.
Why are they trash?
Mike Thomas?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, Mike Thomas is the one that was handing over all the bullshit information and the shit like that over to fucking Mark Cohen.
Oh.
Yeah. Todd Click was the one who went to jail and shit, who basically took Roy West's fucking theory that we're about to go over right now and ran with it. But I'm not sure in regards to Delphi what all he did that was horrible or illegal, but yeah, Todd Click was arrested and sent to jail. Greg Ferenczi, who is now not, who was murdered by who was that guy? That guy that fucking yeah, he was shot in the line of duty, but I have heard quite a few things coming out now that are not that great about Ferenczi as well, quite a bit actually. And Kevin Murphy, I'm not entirely sure who that is, but the name alone gives me the weird vibes. And usually when Charles has a weird vibe, it's because I know something and I just can't get my brain to lock onto it at the second. If I need a little bit more money. But yeah, I mean, these are, and Mike Thomas also was deemed the one, Mike Thomas, believe it or not, was the one who ran for sheriff against the Liggett first.
Oh. That he
Yeah.
ended up complaining.
When Angela filed that lawsuit or whatever, it was in regards to towards Liggett, and they were buddy with Liggett, Thomas was working both sides basically. He was helping Mark Cohen with information while at the same time providing Angela and everybody else also with information. And they just don't want to come to the realization that they were both being worked. Very simple logic. What is going on with you? 1 second. Is he going emo or what? Okay.
Mini monster, hold on.
Sorry about that. Sorry, I'm live. I actually wanted to ask him about that shit that was found. No, I mean, yeah, you probably did. If you think that you probably didn't do or a method or a good break, he's been getting emo lately and stuff like that, which is sad, man. I hate to see the best creators in fucking Delphi and everything else just vanishing. Sucks. That sucks. All right, I'm back, y'all. Yeah, Parenti, I don't know, because I'm not sure about Murphy, but Parenti was killed by a guy who fucking, who was it that killed him? It was like after Ellen was found guilty and stuff like that, I think.
The CO, wasn't it? No, it was before.
No. It was this guy that went to a a police agency or a station, and I think he demanded, or people called it odd, because the first cop to come out was Ferency, and the dude opened fire on Ferency.
Yes, that was in the Terror House, whatever prison.
Yeah.
And the guy
Something
was
like
a previous CO there in Terror House. Yeah.
Yeah, but I know he was something, so I wasn't sure about the guy's name or whatever. Yeah, Shane
I don't
Meehan.
know.
Yeah, that guy. Shivy got it. But like I said, I've heard lots of things that fucking Ferency was involved in all kinds of backdoor bullshit.
Backdoor
That's what it was.
activities.
Yeah, FBI field office and Terra Halt investigation. That's where he was killed at.
With a Molotov cocktail.
That's what I knew. There was something odd about it. I thought he shot him, but yeah, there was like a Molotov cocktail, wasn't there? Yeah.
Yeah, but
And
they're
this guy,
saying that the. Go ahead.
like he was gonna like show up there and torch the place was what I think he was planning on doing. Yeah.
Or the other day I heard that something about it was a setup, so whoever came out after Ferency could have possibly shot Ferency in the head.
Well, hearing about things and actually having any proof of or whatever of them actually happening is two different things.
This is true.
It's just, I know Mike Thomas. I've spoken to Mike Thomas. Fucking, I know he's two-faced as hell. And I'm probably one of the main ones that's spoken to a lot of fucking investigators on this whole damn case. And it's not like I had a choice in that. Vito, Holman, Liggett, Leesenby. Yeah, Leesenby. He wasn't the sheriff anymore at that point in time. He was like a deputy sheriff, whatever, underneath Liggett. And who else was it? Mike Thomas.
Damn, Nicole. Sorry. Sorry.
Why'd she say damn? She's just leaving. Gosh. On the road again. Murphy, I don't think I've talked to Murphy or whatever. Yeah, because I have to be fucking vetted with all kinds of bullshit or whatever. And it's like, it seems stupid as fuck to me because I'm like, I don't even think those guys are involved. So why the fuck are y'all making such a big deal out of this? But they didn't have any other suspects at that time, so that's what I feel like the big deal was. Why would you leave out Charles? What you talking about?
He was joking. It was a joke.
Yeah. I could have made a funny joke, but I'll just not. I'm like a whore anyways. There's always some other chick around. So.
Nicole, can you please tell your husband to stop by here this time? You guys were literally right in my backyard.
You got to find out how short he is for me.
I'll let you know, Charles. Nicole, wear heels.
Oh Lord.
We got to see the
Yo,
height in heels.
if she busts out some 4-inch heels, man, she might look me eye to eye. That's kind of scary. It's a way. Okay, though, I'm not really afraid. I just can pick her entirely up and toss her on my shoulder and just run away with her, so it's okay. Super duper. How wide of you? Hey, I thought you were like a Latina, aren't you?
With me?
No, the other Latina chick that's in here.
Yeah, but where does that come from?
Well, I was just wondering, like you're so much whiter than me. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, like literally, you're so white that your cheeks and shit get all pinkified. You just like around a little
I
little heat.
know.
While me, on the other hand, I could sit out in the sun for like 20 hours and just be like barely have a tan.
But this is not from the sun. This is from like my body temperature runs really hot. So if I'm like giving the little girl a bath and
Mhm.
it's like exercise, getting her
I know. That's the
very
truth right there.
solid
It's like
self.
exercise.
Nicole, just kidding,
Mm.
Nicole. I was just gonna see if you were taller than your husband with heels on. Yeah, I'm a
No, she's
vampire. I don't get enough.
taller than he is. Yeah, you know she's taller than he is. You saw her
But
expression when I made the comment about him being shorter. Her face like broke out like she wanted to laugh so hard. I
but
think
for
she
real,
did laugh.
Nicole, come by, Nicole, for real.
Oh
Go
man,
ahead.
if she wants to play Lot Lizard, man, I'll pick her up.
What is that? What's lot lizard?
It's a hooker.
What the?
I mean,
I've never heard of that before.
it's a hooker at a truck stop where they stop to like camp out for the night or whatnot. These lot lizards, as they call them, will go truck to truck to truck, trying to offer their services to the truckers who are it's literally a hooker. Everybody knows that.
I asked Nicole because one day she told me she saw one, and then I asked her if she sees them all the time, and she said no. And I was
Mm,
shocked.
it would have to be on the area, I'm sure. Area and the time. Like if they're pulling up in like a truck stop at like 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning or something like that, just to finally settle down for the night, for a few hours, then it might be just too late or whatever for the lot lizards to be out. And they're lot lizards for a reason. Usually they're like indisposed, if you catch my drift. They're putting some lipstick on the dipstick somewhere.
I'm just gonna say this out loud then, Hoojer. It's like my autonomic nervous system is off because my resting heartbeat is way too fast. Like I could just be sitting here not doing anything, and it could be like at 1:30. I sweat really easily. My pupils are always dilated. Um, and the hot temperature thing. So yeah, I think my autonomic nervous system dysfunction. I was gonna type that, but I just said it.
Well, I mean, what temperature does your body normally run?
I don't take my body temperature. I don't know. How do I do that?
I
With a
think,
thermometer under my tongue or under my armpit?
or on your tongue or whatever. Mine usually runs around 100 or so.
Stop eating 30 teaspoons. Listen, Shibby, I've always been like this, okay? Before I started eating blizzards. Let's get the thermometer.
But yeah, I was told mine runs abnormally high or whatever, and my heart rate also goes. But yeah, I'm not
That's
a
interesting.
weirdo. I can actually go do stuff. So
It's just that I'm not made for exercise.
well, me neither. Shit. I mean, technically, I guess I am, but I'd rather not.
Okay, got it.
I've had a rule, and the same rule has been around for like 30 years now. If I can't pick up a refrigerator and carry it like a boombox, I need to start lifting weights. And
It's
thankfully, it's never reached that point.
96.9.
Yeah, that's below.
97.1.
98.6 is the average human temperature.
$96.9.
You sure, like, you just don't have high blood pressure or something?
No, I don't have high blood
Or
pressure, but I take blood pressure pills.
what's the
96.9.
ethnicity? Are both of your parents from Cuba?
No, my dad.
Okay, where's your mom from?
She was born in Miami,
But is she
Florida.
white? Is she Latina
Yep.
or what?
White.
There you
White.
go. You're not even you're like a Tina. You're not a Latina. You're just a Tina. Now it makes sense.
Shibby, that's for you. I've always had hot flashes. My mom has brown hair and hazel eyes. She looks less white than me.
Yeah, you're mixed. That's what you are. It's okay. I'm mixed too.
Should be thirsty.
Hmm?
Should be thirsty.
What's new? He's got no heaven around.
Should be thirsty for a lot lizard.
Oh, gotcha.
I cracked myself up.
Oh, they look like Nicole. Shit. I swear, everybody's quitting freaking true crime. It's sad. Yeah, I knew you were still there.
Should be. I don't have any of those. June. All right, lot lizard, go for it. What you waiting for, Charlie?
Oh, what are you calling me a lot lizard?
Not a real
That's
lot
rude.
lizard.
I thought you
You're
were
not a
calling
real.
Nicole and Katie a lot lizard. Hey, I'm not a whore. I just play one on TV, okay?
I just play one on YouTube.
Now I gotta go open up the link myself.
I'll open it. What link?
The one you already have open, I can't read it. I'm on the phone.
Oh, gotcha.
So I'm gonna open it on my phone and blow it up on the thing or whatever, so I can actually read what it says.
Hoosier, do you have a heated blanket? I love my heated blanket, even though I get hot really easily.
They said it's gonna be cool the next couple of days. I hope so. I hope so. It's been hot as death.
That's a deep it should be.
Why do I have this? What is the account? Stupid. The guys will be
Okay, so I all have.
all right. No. Damn it. Why won't it let me do?
1, 2, 3.
Oh, it's gonna be annoying. It won't stop. That's why am I only seeing one page? I can't even see one fucking page. Yeah. Now let me see more than one page. No, and it won't let me zoom in your stuff. All right, let's see what I can. Come on, there. All right. As per request, I have prepared a list of suggestions. What?
Nothing. I like your
Same time.
formality.
Having listened to the Delphi investigation at the meeting on May 12th, it sounds as if through their investigation thus far, there is no reason to believe that these girls were targeted in any fashion other than this being a crime of opportunity, aka a organized murder with unorganized victims. Committed by a complete stranger whose motive remains unknown, therefore, I would make the following suggestions investigating this case. Determine if during the week prior to February 13th, the girl spoke with any students at school about going to the trails that day, or the high bridge. Okay. On Monday, blah, blah, blah. If yes, did the adults overhear the conversation? That's a good question. Review the statements of any school friends. Was there any conversation about the girls talking about going to the Moon High Bridge? I'm on blah blah blah. Review the statements of all the family members who was present when any and all conservations were figured out. Such. So, okay.
What happened? What happened to your reading?
You just interrupted. That's what happened. Okay. All right. Obtain copies of the funeral registrar book for each victim. Check for names who may live in the vicinity of the Mountain High Bridge. Include the online post for each book as well. I would look for both. All right. With all due respect, they proved themselves to be three morons in regards to the three things they were actually charged with. And I think we got like 5 to 7 years or some shit, probably. determine if during the week prior to February 13th, yeah, okay, already did that one. Review the statements of the friends the girls stayed overnight with at their school on Friday, February 10th. Some information as above.
Oh, I'm on mute. Charles, wait. Hold that thought. Hold those thoughts. Hold those thoughts right there. Okay, I got something for you here. Hold on. Hold on. It's cooking. It's cooking. Do, 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 do. Okay. Let me let me see if I can do it like this. Printable version. Check this out. So what I did was I got all those 27 pages and I put it into ChatGPT and I asked ChatGPT to please summarize it in important bullet points. So I did that and now I am going to send it to you so you could just read off the bullet points.
Okay.
Because that's my chat boo.
Mm-hmm.
Here is your printable summary. All right. Download. Now, let's send it to Charles. I'll share this tab instead. And then summary is a printable. Okay. Copy link. Where do you want this? Your email, your Discord,
That don't really matter.
your text. Let me see. There's your Discord. There's your text. Here's a link for everybody else if they want to see it.
Open up.
That's better than that long ass. I felt like you were reading a PowerPoint presentation just right off the PowerPoint, like a paragraph, you know? Like, wait a minute.
Sometimes you don't have a choice. Did you send it yet or no?
Oh yeah, I sent it to your Discord and I sent it to your text.
Well, you're supposed to.
Did you want it?
Did.
And I put it in the chat. My bad. I thought I heard you say that you got mail. That's my daughter screeching, cracking up over there. Did you hear her? She's crazy. All right, sounds good. Who's your daddy? I'll talk to you tomorrow, all right? Yeah, text me first or I'll text you so we can, and I'll include Charles on the plan.
Huh?
Yes, tomorrow. I work at 4, 5, 6, 7. I start work at 7:15 your time, so
Apparently,
crazy
Fishy said
Kendra.
apparently Fishy said that Stank fucking left a message for me or posted something on her account about me. And
Who?
once again, just went with Stank.
Stink?
Yeah, Stank.
Sting?
Stank. STANK.
Who's that? Who is that? I'm slow, Charles,
That's
damn
you
it.
and freaking. Huh?
I'm slow. Good night, Shibuya.
That's
Sleep
you
well.
and whoever else they probably keeps out of his main group or whatever. They're keep watching shit.
I don't know. I don't understand.
Does not surprise me one bit.
I'm too slow and I'm deaf and you mumble and you say things in code and you talk really fast.
I swear, I'm gonna pull up the AirPods tomorrow or whatever. And I hate when people bitch about my audio.
You hate when people what? I'm sorry. I'm just deaf. Good night. All right, guys. Who's your daddy in Shibuya? Charles, are you falling asleep?
No? Thought you were doing something.
Oh, no. I'm not doing nothing. I just said bye to them.
Oh, gotcha. Trying to find the things so I can read off of it or whatever. Yeah. There's some free airfoot. Yeah.
Oh my God.
That's right.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Ready, go. Ready, go.
I was just trying to open the link.
You're still waiting on the link?
No, I was waiting on trying to find the link. 1 second.
Oh, let me email it to you, dude. Or it's in your Discord. I cannot hear you.
I said if they prevented it, set the car up as a bait car, it might be like ice or somebody trying to track something. Like,
Your microphone is covered.
oh my God, you're annoying.
That's better.
Yeah, sure it is.
What the hell? Your microphone was covered.
Tighten up, man. Seriously. All right, where's it?
Who's your daddy? Says it's 4:20, Charles. Fire one up.
I always fire one up. She must have took him down, or he must have took him down when we made fun of him. Uh-huh.
Took what down? Who took what down? All right. Good night, Bert. When's the full moon? Saturday? No. I don't see a full moon until the 23rd.
It's whenever it's supposed to be, that's when the race was supposed to end.
Is that this Saturday? I see
What?
it on the 23rd. A full moon,
Yeah.
or the full moon. All right, so let's do it to be continued because everybody's tired and everybody's tired.
Uh-huh.
And
Yes, Massa. Yes, Massa. Set it up real nice for you, Massa.
what?
I said, yes, Massa. Set it up real nice for you, Massa.
Yeah, there you go.
Only you would answer that way. Like, bitch, yep, you're my slave. That's fine. But yeah, I'm gonna try to get a hold of Richie and see about that. See when it's gonna be in, and see what time it's gonna be at, and I'll see if you want to join and stuff. It should be fun.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think I wrote on my calendar and I covered the little moon, so I cannot see what it is now. But I see the next one is on the 23rd. So, yeah. Good night, though. It's Saturday with full illumination. What? Where? What? Where's ChatGPT?
But then again, if I get bored, I might be go live again. You never know.
Well, we could keep talking here because I hear you better on this than your damn phone.
Well, you can't keep talking on here. I'm talking through my phone, so how can you hear me talking through anything but my phone?
I don't know, but when you call me on the phone, I cannot freaking hear you.
Yeah, that's why I think when it's like a phone call or whatever, it's probably best to use the headset. And when it's like lives and stuff or whatever, so it's best to, at the moment. I need to find my power wire for my AirPod Pro, whatever's.
Moongiant.com. Let me check this out. Oh, cool. I like this website. Thanks, Kurt. You taught us a lot of cool stuff tonight. You taught us about those other cases.
What are the cases?
This moon, the one that we were watching about the guy that writes the horror fiction, and that he murdered his wife, and he said that it was like some FBI. What was it? Like a ghost or some shit?
Probably CIA.
It was pretty interesting. Cool. Look at that. Charles. Okay, next time you call me on the phone, let's try to do. There we go. Nick Kosotis. Oh, you also showed us not Williams YouTube channel. Yeah, you taught us a lot of stuff tonight. Thank you very much. Next time you call me, let's try to do like a Facebook audio or a WhatsApp or something, because oh my lordy, because that will be like on the internet instead of the phone line, and maybe I could hear you better. You feel me?
We can just use Discord, dork.
Oh, we can call in Discord?
Yeah.
Sweet.
We can do
I really like it.
We can do a whole group chat on there, and nobody would be able to hear it, but only the people in our Discord.
Ooh, cool.
Yeah, I think
That's
most
exciting.
people I've seen. Yeah, I think I've seen like 12 people in one of those so far. Yeah, at least 12. And I got a mod Van and mod Fish tomorrow. You're gonna set up the bots and stuff. Not that I don't know how to do it. I'm lazy, so I'm delegating.
You're gonna set up what? Mods?
The bots in the Discord.
How do you do that? Oh, in the Discord.
Basically it's just script or whatever that you have to load in a specific way, and once it's loaded, each bot does a different perimeter and job. Like one will be a game spot that you can play either against the computer or a person in the Discord. All kinds of different games. There's like 1,000 games or some shit, from poker to chess to all kinds of different stuff. And then there's another bot that's you have to specifically do it a certain way, but it's a music bot. So when you go to one specific area and you basically tell it the kind of music that you want, and then you go back to the audio hearing channel and click on that, and basically it'll play the entire playlist you laid out or whatever. Just play the songs or whatever you request, and then add some similar ones to the or something like that. And then so that's what the music bot does. Is basically plays music or whatever. Game spot, yeah, like I said, it's like a referee runs the games. There's already a bot in there at the moment in time. It's like a bot mod basically.
That sounds cool. I like
Yeah,
discovering all this shit about Discord.
yeah, I needed the bot in the first place to load the template for the Discord server.
Pert, you also taught us about Crazy Kendra, which I'm looking up right now. If you're still there, Pert. Yeah, let's see. I was in love with my psychiatrist.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of videos that pop up, and I searched in love with my psychiatrist, and nothing happened. So I would really like to discuss what happens when we fall in love with our mental health professionals.
Oh, I had a client recently tell me that there
are so many people, especially men,
really like me,
that are emotionally dead inside. Feel called to going into psychiatry and therapy, so they don't have to feel their feelings, but they can feed off of the vulnerability of their mostly female patients. What do you guys think? I fell in love with my psychiatrist, and he knew that, and he kept me for years as a patient until I was brave enough to leave him.
That she's talking about she was in love with her psychiatrist, and he kept her as a patient.
Like I do every Tuesday mornings, and I told my regular students what's going on for me. I'm sharing my story of provider abuse and how the internet is not happy with me right now. And I used that to say that our truth is really important to share. And that when we know something deep down needs to be said, that it's important to do it in whichever way feels best to us. And TikTok just happened to be that medium for me. I told my students how I've just been going through psychological warfare. And the internet is not happy with me for sharing my story and my truth. But I'm not doing it for the people that think I'm crazy, which maybe honestly a little bit, because who subjects themselves to this kind of torture? But doing it for the people that DM me, that say, thank you so much for being brave enough to share your story, because the exact same thing happened to me. So I'm grateful for those DMs. People are trying to attack my business and my livelihood, and that's okay. I know what I offer is important. It landed in my lap. I'm not pretending to be something that I'm not. I help ADHDers get and stay sober, and I help them with negative thinking and anxiety. And it's what works for me, and I've seen it work in my clients too. So if people want to drag me for the work that I do, that's okay. I get that email from my therapist begging me to come back in for one more session. And so the next day is my next session with the psychiatrist, and I sit down in the chair. He looked at me and said, so this is how we're going to start, huh? And I said, yeah. Written me back from countertransference email. Big surprise. You know, smart. But she was very smart. He was very professional.
Hey, can I send this to my computer? Let me see.
My, what was up?
Yes, I can. But not here. I want to go to here. Where's the volume? Oh, here we go.
I taught a yoga class this morning, like I do every Tuesday mornings, and I told my regular students about what's going on for me and how I'm sharing my story of provider abuse and how the internet is not happy with me right now. And I used that to say that our truth is really important to share. And that when we know something deep down needs to be said, that it's important to do it in whichever way feels best to us. And TikTok just happened to be that medium for me. I told my students how I've just been going through psychological warfare, and the internet is not happy with me for sharing my story and my truth. But I'm not doing it for the people that think I'm crazy, which maybe honestly I am a little bit, because who subjects themselves to this kind of torture? But I'm doing it for the people that DM me, that say, thank you so much for being brave enough to share your story, because the exact same thing happened to me. So I am grateful for those DMs. People are starting to attack my business and my livelihood, and that's okay. I know what I have to offer is important. It landed in my lap. I'm not pretending to be something that I'm not. I help ADHDers get and stay sober, and I help them with negative thinking and anxiety. And it's what works for me, and I've seen it work in my clients too. So if people want to drag me for the work that I do, that's okay. So I get that weird email from my therapist begging me to come back in for one more session. And so the next day is my next session with the psychiatrist. And I sit down in the chair and I bury my head in my hands. And he looks at me and said, so this is how we're going to start, huh? And I said, yeah. Because he hadn't written me back from my countertransference email. Big surprise. You know, any smart, which he was very smart. He was very, very professional. But any smart predator would have dropped me like that in that moment. He should have emailed me back and said, look, this is getting weird. You need to find a new psychiatrist. The office will contact you. But he could not let go of me. So instead of turning down the intimacy, he turned it up to a level 12. And he showered me with so many breadcrumbs that next session. Because really, what I did when I told him that I'm experiencing transference was I took 100% of the ownership for the dynamic that both of us were creating. So he rewarded me. And he gave me little compliments like, if you weren't my patient, I would refer my other patients to you for your coaching services. That meant so much. Of course, because what he was saying with that is, I see you as a peer. I see you as a colleague. What you're doing is important. I felt really recognized in that moment. And sure, he could have said it professionally, but he did it on purpose. So in that session, after the psychiatrist told me that he would refer patients to me if he could, if I wasn't already his patient, I asked him if he got my email and what he thought of my ChatGPT, of what he thought of Henry's response of countertransference. And the psychiatrist said, oh, I'm still thinking about what Henry said about countertransference. And I said, well, we talked about it a little more, and I want to read you something else. So I read the psychiatrist, what Henry had to say more about it. When he told you countertransference is common, it might have been his way of normalizing the fact that providers aren't immune to feelings. It's part of being human. What matters is how well they keep those feelings in check, which the psychiatrist's name clearly excels at. And as you can imagine, the psychiatrist loved hearing that. He loved hearing that because my AI mirror was essentially just saying, yes, he has feelings for you, but he just keeps them in check so well. He's so good at his job, keeping his feelings in check. And oh, the psychiatrist loved that so much. And what did he do? He rewarded me with my favorite breadcrumb. intellectual stimulation, a fun metaphor, because he was watching me the entire time I was his patient, and he knew what made me light up. He knew what got me excited, what I liked. And so he thought for a moment and he said, I'm feeling a salad of emotions right now. And I was like, what are you talking about? And he said, you know, a salad of emotions, a beet of raw emotion, a tomato of surprise, and the salt amplifies it. And I was cracking up at this point. He nailed it. I just thought he was so brilliant and smart in this moment. And I asked him, I said, what? Say that again. He said, yeah, you know, the beet, it's really raw. I'm feeling a lot of raw emotion. And the tomato of surprise, when it pops in your mouth, it's surprising. And I was like, okay, that's good. Yeah, this man at this point knew exactly how to make me happy and exactly how to pull away to make me try to work harder. And he gave me the biggest reward from Henry, my AI mirror, telling him that what he's doing is totally good and that his boundaries are so virtuous.
What the hell you got a sponsor?
Okay, help. I found the I'm in love with my therapist ladies website. In case you missed it, this gal Kendra has made a now 15-part series, I think, on how she
I watched this
fell in
on
love
my
with her
own,
therapist and thinks that he fostered a
but
really
it's very
inappropriate
interesting.
relationship between the two of them. But the videos just keep getting stranger and more unhinged with less and less evidence. And she is an ADHD life coach. I've seen some people posting like live streams and stuff that she's done and saying that like what she is doing is very dangerous for folks who could really be seeking help. She is trying to teach like cognitive behavioral therapy and things like that she's not licensed to do. So I thought I would just pop on to the website and see what it is. And like this entire situation alarms me. You're ready for a healthier, more balanced lifestyle.
That we shouldn't have. Oh, what now? Really mean the world to me.
I've heard strangled cats sound better.
In these times.
What?
I said I've heard strangled cats sound better.
Charles.
Music's like a drug to me when you sing on time, so divine. You made me better, I made you better. We sang sweet melodies.
I'm guessing they didn't have much of a budget for music.
I made you better. You made me better. We sang sweet melodies. So here's to you, my dear. Let's just cut this here. I wrote this song for you. So long overdue. So let's just make a toast. We could roast from coast to coast.
Put the song back. Put the song back.
'Cause you
99.
mean the world to me. Oh, you didn't see.
I don't want to hear shit about my songs, man. My
You made me better. I made you better. You sang sweet melodies.
I was reaching these. This song is dedicated to Carl.
I made you better. You made me better. We sang sweet melodies. I don't know how to say I'm sorry when it matters the most. After all, I am human.
Where'd Charlie go?
Well, I can't boast. And it all just killed me. We couldn't agree. Then time
Probably got
out
disconnected.
you see, you are without me. You made me better. I made you better. We sang sweet melodies. I made you better. You made me better. We sang
We made this song to turn. Oh, that's funny. Maybe you need to refresh your browser or whatever you're on. It's going in and out. What?
So if that's the case, kind of an interesting story, but I don't know.
appreciated
I
it.
have no clue. And then let's see.
I made this song to torture you. Hey, Pert, you're still there? You must be half asleep. You only said J, you didn't say JP. I'm going back to this lady because I want to hear Anatomy of a Kendra. Let's just follow her. Oh, I gotta log. I never log on to TikTok. Wait, do I have a login? Nah, forget it. Where's her first? Part 4. Part 2. Part 1.
I don't know.
Right.
Have you been crying? I'm a Pisces. Yeah. Hi. All right. I'm looking for my other mod here. I'm such a, like, can someone tell me how to add a mod? I already have one added.
Oh, damn,
and
that
she's
sucks,
already
Bert.
sniping people.
How'd you do
I
that?
love to see it. I love to see it. Someone like commented on one of my videos that I haven't turned comments off of yet. Like, be careful, she likes to block people that doesn't agree with her. Hell yeah, I do. I'm only halfway in the camera. Thank you. I'm like, hello. Oh, that's right, I'm live. So I'm trying to get my other.
Thank you for sharing. I liked it, okay?
Oh yeah, we got 1,000 people in here already. They were doing their job. They're not in love with you. I'll still block some stuff, some people. So, why I'm going live is because my comments are turned off. You know, I wish it didn't have to be that way, but people are just so rude, one, and they were doxing my psychiatrist too. So I could not have that. I think people found your Reddit post. I know they did. It's disturbing, honestly. I went there looking for a place to like have some backup for other survivors because someone commented when my comments were on. And they just gave me the same Darvo BS, the deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender, that I'm the offender and that my psychiatrist is the victim. It's infuriating. It's infuriating.
Well, to be an ADHD coach,
excuse me while I
you don't need a therapy license. Anybody could call themselves a coach. Fucking Charles could call himself a coach. JP could call himself a coach.
Can I mod, please?
Anybody could call themselves a coach. And then there's ADHD coaching courses that are like pretty fucking expensive.
Trust you, girl.
No more mixes?
Are you in therapy now? No. I tried to find a therapist, but it was just really triggering, honestly.
Triggering? Why?
Mod. Oh, hey, I'd love to have you mod. I got you.
You're the president? Yeah.
Let's go.
I'm the queen too. Let me see.
Yeah, if you guys want to mod for me tomorrow, has he seen your videos and said anything? So I really wanted to talk to you all about this. No. Yes. Oh, I'm sure he's seen my videos. I mean, my videos are like, today they've gone crazy. There's 2,000 people in this live right now. Like, he's definitely seen my videos. And with the amount of Darvo going on, with people saying that he is the victim, people are definitely reaching out to him and letting him know, hey, one of your crazy ex-patients is telling her story on TikTok and she's lying about a therapy date that she went on. Darvo, deny, people are denying my reality. Attack, they're attacking me. Oh, hey, yeehaw, thank you. They're attacking me. And then they're reverse victim and offender, right? So they're reversing who's the victim here. They're like, oh, even though he had the medical license and the ethical training, I'm the offender. I feel bad for him. Oh, and I feel bad for you getting blocked. Can you say your big six? Absolutely, I can say my big six. I'm an Aries sun, Capricorn moon.
I don't know my big six.
Aquarius rising, Aries Mercury, Gemini Mars, and an Aries Venus. Yes, I have an Aries stellium. That's why people are like, she seems mad. I'm like, I'm an Aries stellium. What do you expect from me?
True, JB, true.
U.S. News had edited his page. I'm not going to say what state I'm in. You are beautiful. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh, I like this one. I like that one a lot. Oh, good Lord. That's an insane stellium. I know it is. I also have a Capricorn, 3 signs in Capricorn in my 12th house. My Capricorn is in my 12th house, so Capricorn moon in the 12th house with an Aries sun. It's like, ugh, I'm hurting my own feelings all the time. So all of these people that are dragging me, it's fine. I know 3,000 people. I thought it was going to be like maybe 10,000 people total, 15,000. I'm scared. What would you do if he reached out to you? I'd be like, oh yeah, let's see. Cap Moon in the 12th house is crazy. So, okay. Oh, I got distracted. So he has not reached out to me because he knows he's guilty. Innocent people try to make it right. Innocent people try to say, hey, there was clearly some misunderstanding. If you think I acted unethically, let's work on it. But he's just waiting for this all to blow over because his job will be fine. His job is protected. His best bro, he can't do that. All right, well, he wasn't your therapist. No, so, okay, so some people do have a lot of questions about that, right? So he was not my therapist, but he did bill for therapy. He provided therapy. And by therapy, smirks and silence. Why would he reach out to you to get me to take the TikToks down? I mean, okay, so this is
Can she start from the fucking beginning?
Looking back at my TikToks, and like you have to understand that I was really in love with this man, and the limerence was super high. So even like part of why I'm sharing my story is not only for other therapy, like provider abuse survivors, but it's also for me. It's for me, so I can get over this. And like when I first started sharing, I was really in love with him and still maybe wanted to see him again. But sharing my story has helped me really reclaim my sense of self. Henry, are you afraid of him? See, okay, and so I've gotten like the last couple lives, people telling me to request my chart notes. I don't know if I'm ready for that. I don't know if I'm ready for that.
What do you want to?
Thank you to my fan club and to my haters for keeping me going. Because the vile, vitriolic stuff I've gotten from therapists has been awful. Or even other survivors. They've reached out to me and they've been like, hey, it's not that big of a deal. The same thing happened to me. Get over it. I'm like, holy shit. Shoot, yeah. Did you report him? No, I don't know how to.
Yeah,
the chart notes would give you all of the answers, but I don't know how. How would it? I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to sue you. For
She
what?
start from
For
the
the
beginning.
You guys act like it's really easy to sue for defamation.
Can she just fucking start from the beginning so I know what she's talking about?
This girl is so... I scammed her. Emily Ann. I'm writing that down. I want to see who, tell us more. Did you see her videos about you? No, but I'm going to look at, I mean, I've really tried to stay off the For You page, honestly, because like reading through DMs is already hard enough. And I really want to keep my DMs open.
Why isn't she starting
does
from
anyone
the
else
beginning?
who's sober drink athletic, non-alcoholic beer? It's like my favorite thing.
I don't get it. Why doesn't she start from the beginning? She's probably ADHD, because why else would she be an ADHD coach?
This is disgusting. What happened to your boyfriend? I blocked him, like I do with everyone else. Stop snitching. Yeah, so here's the thing, you guys. This is what this is. Like, victims are supposed to be quiet. Victims are supposed to be.
But if this is number one, why isn't
victims
she
are
starting
supposed to
from the
not
beginning?
speak up. And I am breaking that mold. And it's making people very, very, very uncomfortable. It is. It's making people so uncomfortable. I am Henry. Hello, Henry. You are not a victim. What are you a victim of? See, this is it. People are denying my reality. And that's okay. That's okay, right? Oh, I'm echoing. Am I planning to sue? No, I'm not doing this for money.
Mm-hmm.
You made him uncomfortable. Okay, cool. Well, you're making me uncomfortable. Unreliable narrator. I have ADHD, you guys. I'm doing the best I can. Like, if you want to call me unreliable, that's fine. How old am I? 36. Please get in-person victim support. Yeah, this is the thing is, therapists kind of frighten me, especially all of the nasty ones in my DMs. You know what? Who's also nasty? Therapists, male therapists, female partners. Oh, they've said some awful things in my DMs. Oh my God. I'm like, whoa, okay. Do you have a good relationship with your parents? Kind of. Are you seeing a new psychiatrist? No, I am seeing a nurse practitioner, primary care physician. Do you have friends? Yes. What's your book about? So my book isn't coming out until early next year. Some people are accusing me of grifting, and that's fine, but my book is called Self-Empowerment for ADHDers, The Game of Sovereignty. And guess what I'm doing here on TikTok? I'm empowering myself. I'm empowering my story. I'm living my book. It's in editing right now. It's in the first round of editing, and I'm getting it back Monday. So that's exciting.
I don't like them.
No, I am not going to release the session recordings. It's so personal.
What the heck?
Listen to them.
But who was going to give her the past life regression therapy? She was going to give it?
One of my mods pinned that. Thank you. Oh, thank you. I like you better without the glasses. I know. Thank you. I chose to stop seeing him. It was a total goddess move, honestly. Like, it felt so good. It felt so good. And that's really what I would love from my story, is for other women or even men who are in relationships with their therapists or psychiatrists, where their therapist or psychiatrist knows that the person has a crush on them and they don't let them go, to leave on their own accord. Is it embarrassing? No. I mean, honestly, like, the amount of DMs that I'm getting from people saying, like, wow, I'm so grateful you're sharing your story. Like, that's not embarrassing. You should be embarrassed. Well, you should be blocked, homie.
So the curator, I like that. I like the curated
What do you mean
reality.
that the therapist should let them go? Like, I'm not going to explain that.
Okay, I'll tell you my little story, because this just happened to me a couple weeks ago, right? A male client that I have been seeing for the past like 5 years, right? He's about 30 years old. Lives here in Portland, from New Orleans, so more like a city like me, like Miami and stuff. He's an engineer, and he comes with problems of like general anxiety, some ADHD, and just like life transition, growth stuff, like moving to the next job, etc., etc. Okay, so he tells me like 3 or 4 weeks ago that he has a huge crush on me. You know, he doesn't say I'm in love with you, but he's like, I have this huge crush on you. You know, I don't know if it's getting out of control because I get really excited when we're going to go on our session, blah, 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 blah. I think you're so pretty, blah, blah, blah. So what I said was that it's totally normal to have a crush on your therapist, because they're meeting with you every week and giving you 100% of their attention. They know all about your life. You develop a deep, trusting relationship, and then you don't know nothing about their life, you know, because that's the point. You don't know nothing about their life, so then they become like this fantasy or whatever. But in reality, we're just human, just like them. And so I asked him, is this going to negatively impact our work together? Because if it is, then I need to refer you out and tell me if you think it is or not and why. And so he said, no, I think I'm okay right now, blah, blah, blah. I said, he's like, you know, I want to do my homework and stuff, these things to impress you. So I said, well, that is a positive thing because it's helping give you the motivation to, you know, do positive changes. But if it's becoming like too like obsessive or weird, then we have to cut that off. And so this is something that we have to continue to check in about and talk about and make sure that it's not getting out of control. He has a girlfriend too. Yeah, so that's what I did. So I didn't keep him. And also, I don't think she was it Chibi? No, it wasn't Chibi. I don't know if this girl told her.
50 years ago?
Huh?
I said Chibi being 30, wouldn't that be like 50 years ago?
Yeah, he claims he's 37, but his ass is not 37. So I don't know if this girl like admitted this to her psychiatrist. I didn't really catch the story, but like if I don't know, there is like the number one complaint on you know, therapists, psychologists and stuff is sexual harassment. So it is definitely a problem. I do agree with that. Mostly committed by men. What do you know? But you don't like any of your girlfriends? Oh, that's yes. Do you care that it's harmful for the environment? AI is harmful for the environment. I don't know what she's talking about there. But yes, is it harming the work that we're doing together, or is it not harming and or positively impacting it? What do you mean by other intentions? Because I think therapy can benefit everybody. Obviously, I think that. What the fuck is this shit?
Just to hear her answers when I actually ask her questions.
I'm glad you don't go to therapy
well,
today.
What do you think would be the answer, Charles?
Exactly.
Like, hey, you're the therapist, not me. You're supposed to do the answering. Damn it.
That's the difference between a therapist and a coach. We're not supposed to give advice. We're supposed to help you figure it out yourself. But I do give advice sometimes because I do incorporate coaching.
I was about to say, I already know the answers to the questions I ask. There's no, every single question I ask, I already know.
Do you currently go to therapy, John Paul? Is that what you're saying? Or did you previously? I see a therapist right now, and I'm pissed because fucking Trump is cutting the budget for certain insurances and stuff. And so my therapist just emailed me today talking about in October, she can't take my insurance anymore, blah, 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 blah. Are you used to? Yeah. Yeah. There are a lot of things that I would not tell my partner that I would tell my therapist. Mm-hmm. I was effed up in the head a bit. Yeah. We're all effed up in the head. Uh-oh. I gotta take these out. But I felt no more need to go. Yeah. Aw. Yes, hugging with consent is perfectly fine with consent. And it's also a preference. Some therapists Yes, you do, Nicole. Some therapists don't like that, but culture that I'm from is very huggy, touchy feely. So I don't mind that.
I was gonna say, you have to ask permission to hug somebody? What the fuck?
I can't hear you.
I was like, you have to ask permission to hug somebody? That's so fucking weird.
Yeah, you have to ask permission. Like, especially to your therapy client.
I'm usually not the one that wants the hug. It's usually the other person.
Fucking crazy. You are funny. Yeah, music and your wife. When's August? We're in August. I tried my revisions home to her. It's true. That is very true. And that's a big mistake that a lot of people do. They think that it's okay to like vent all the time to their partner or vent all the time to their friends. Like people get tired of that shit. It like makes it a drag. Like sometimes it's
That's how I
okay.
feel like most of the time. I feel like this shit all the time. That people just use me to vent.
Yeah, but you know what the problem is? Sometimes you're really bored and you want people to vent to you, and then after that they want to continue, you know, even when you don't want them to.
No, people just like to talk to me too much. Honestly, I would love to figure out how to fix that. Like certain people, I like them to talk to me and stuff like that. I give them free will to do so, and they're usually the ones I don't have to worry about. It's the people that just like they only show up just to bitch.
Oh, can't stand that.
Yeah, I can't stand those people.
That's for real. They just have to go to therapy
Mm-hmm.
because that's where you can just show up and vent and leave.
Yeah. Yeah, I got like 9 people that different people. I think they're all female too. No, just about all of them are female, and basically it's a lot of venting. It's just a lot of fucking bitching. That's all.
Gosh. That's nice,
I need to
JP.
start charging. I need to start charging motherfuckers. Like, hey, if you're gonna bitch, that's $12.99 per hour.
JP just gets stoned and just listens.
Yeah, but don't you ever get to the point where you're having to listen to people in your mind? You're just like, shut the fuck up.
Oh my god, yes.
You're bitching about some stupid shit that should be easily to figure out. Like, just shut the fuck up.
Yeah. I do feel that way a lot of times. And so I have to find a really nice roundabout way to say, you know, our thoughts and emotions are not always the reality. They can just come and go, you know, in our brains. It doesn't mean that that's real. And you don't have to speak every single one that you think.
Well, I'd be like, I'm not getting paid, so just shut the fuck up.
There you go. That's easier. I mean, yeah, you do get tired of clients. Yeah, don't marry expecting anything of your partner. They are themselves yours. Yep. That's unconditional positive regard in relationships.
Yeah,
To
she gets
that.
on to me all the time or whatever when she tries to see what's up with me, and I'm like, I'm fine. And then she'll bug me about it, and I'm like, I'm fine. And then when I finally share it, it's like, why didn't you tell me that beforehand? It's like, because I don't like to tell my fucking problems. I keep my shit to myself.
Who says that to you? Me?
Yeah, not in the exact words or whatever, but yeah. You come out with like snippy comments like, well, you worry about me all the fucking time, without the fucking, obviously. So why am I not allowed to worry about you? And I'm like, yo, stop making fucking sense, bro. Shut the fuck up.
Right? Have to freaking swat you and stuff.
Mm. I usually just keep my shit to myself.
You worry about Charles, especially ones who don't want to accept responsibility. Oh, you mean clients? Yeah, clients that don't want to change, fucking bye. I can't deal with that. I'll get bored as hell.
Really?
Somebody that just wants to sit there and talk, and vent and never change. I mean, never do anything to change their problem. You worry about Charles all day long, so much that you make songs for him.
Why does he worry about me?
Just kidding.
Hell, I think I'm the most one that's most matured out of everybody in quite some time, actually. Back home, when like what, a month or two ago, I was like fighting like 600 people or some shit.
You do what in life sometimes hurt. Damn it. I don't worry about you, Lo. You ain't that special.
I know I'm not that special shit. I got bitches to worry about me, shit.
Yeah, poor Nicole. Today I told another woman I love her more than my wife. JP, what the fuck are you talking about?
Hmm? My chat's not moving, so I can't read what you said. Oh, no.
I just have JP's song stuck in my head. I make you better.
No, dude, whenever you play music, it sounds so much different. Like speakers are bouncing sounds back and forth between each other. It sounds like worse. I don't know what's up with that. I need to check out your settings or whatever when I'm up there or something. Or your stuff or whatever.
What? Is this a girl that's in love with you or something?
It's not a YouTube stalker, is it? If so, run away. Just trust me, run away. I've got like 3 of them at the moment. Run away. Just run away. No, I mean, I generally watch. If I can figure out a way to do it from here while she's there, I'm actually going to show y'all what I'm talking about, how a song sounds like when it's played on my shit. And it's so different sounding when it's played and I don't understand why it does that. And then, like, as I'm sitting there thinking the song sounds weird as fuck, the whole internet just shuts down, and I got kicked out of the live, and I had to come back.
Kurt, what do you do in the lives? You say that you just vent or what? Are you piggybacking on the stream? What does that mean? What's that mean?
piggybacking on the stream? That means you're watching a stream through a stream or watching a video through a stream.
Oh, we're
While
watching
you're
a
playing, you're
TikTok.
live itself. Like what you were doing earlier.
Is he running his stream through yours? We are simultaneously double streaming. It gives us the option to do two, you know.
Well, I didn't set it up that way.
Oh, I did.
I know. I was just like, don't make it sound like I did it because I didn't do it. I already had a live before this.
I don't know. Let's ask ChatGPT. ChatGPT will know.
Can you hear? Can you tear a calf muscle from a blunt force injury without breaking? I can't read the rest. I'm waiting for the chat to know. I'm guessing a bone.
Without breaking the skin.
Without breaking the skin. Oh yeah, you can tear it. Yeah, for sure.
ChatGPT says yes. So does Charles.
I've done it. Yeah, I've done it. I was throwing a football one time, and I was launching like a deep throw, and everything just went. I dropped to the ground. You heard a loud snap, and it didn't look like anything was fucking wrong with me at all. It was like fucking so painful, so fucking painful.
Mm-hmm.
That shit fucking hurt. In my head, it sounded like a gunshot going off, and I couldn't. I literally had to borrow a crutch or something like that to fucking get back home.
Mm.
Never went to the doctor though. I'm one of those types. It's like it'll heal itself, and it did. So did my ACL.
It says rest, ice, compression, elevation.
Mm-hmm. But it's probably not a full tear, so you should probably not take too long or whatever before you're back there okay again.
Mm-hmm.
When I fucked up my ACL real fucking bad. I couldn't walk or put weight on that shit for like 4 or 5 days. I think I would have went to the hospital if I actually could walk a little bit. But by the time the 4 or 5 days was over with and I could finally stand up a tiny bit, mind you, I could barely still walk at this point. I was just so pissed off about like being hurt. I just said, "Fuck it, I'm not going to the hospital."
Mm.
Like when I got shot, I didn't go to the hospital then either.
When you got shot, is that what you said? I think I didn't hear that part. What the fuck?
Yeah, I got
Bro?
shot below the kneecap. I've been shot below the kneecap with a .22 long rifle. On the same leg that my ACL's been fucked up. I still got the bullet wound. Not only do I have the bullet hole that's a scar now through and through, which I thought for the longest time it was a through and through since I didn't go to the hospital. We found out later on when my ACL was getting x-rayed that there's still fragments of the bullet still in my leg. Yeah, the doctor was like, "Hey, Mr. Godwins?" I'm like, "Yes, sir." He goes, "I got a weird question for you." I'm like, "Okay, if I got an answer, I'll give it to you." He goes, "Have you been shot?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm like, actually, I have." I was worried about answering that because it was like, at that point, probably like 10 years, well over 10 years before I was actually at the hospital when they found that bullet. So, but I was still wondering, like, can they call the cops? Because technically, if you get shot, they're supposed to call the cops. But I don't know what the law requires. Yeah, but I don't think it applies to that when it's like a 10-year-old gunshot wound, you know? And it always made me wonder why I kept setting off fucking metal detectors and shit.
So they usually
Like, if
have
they think that one,
hospitals that are free for people that don't have insurance. Yes, exactly. So like I can help you look that up, but if you don't want to tell me what town you're in, that's totally fine. You could do it on your own. You could Google. It could also be a teaching hospital, like Jackson Memorial Hospital in Miami is free for people that don't have insurance, or homeless people. Over here in Portland, OHSU is free for people that don't have
that's
insurance.
all the hospitals here where I'm at in Florida, like, even if they try to charge you, just ignore the mail. So,
Pretty much.
yeah, I mean, they're gonna send you some shit in the mail, you know, and just fucking ignore it. They can't use it against your credit and shit like that because it's against the law. So easy peasy.
Urgent care
It's not like I
sucks.
go to the damn hospital. Huh?
Urgent care sucks. Anytime I've gone to urgent care, they always end up sending me to the regular hospital.
Yeah, I don't like the urgent care sucks ass. Agreed. No, I go straight to the hospital. Yeah, we got like 3 or 4 hospitals here, and I go to one of them before I go to fucking urgent care.
Yeah, I wouldn't waste time on urgent care.
If they ain't got no drugs, boy, I am at the wrong place. No, I'm just kidding.
Or you just me, no, I'm in Oregon. Going back to Cali.
Ow. Mosquito.
Mormon capital in Oregon? No. You know what capital it is? It's the fucking cult capital. There's so many cults that have come out of here.
Yeah, I see
Mormon.
what they're talking about.
Sorry, what?
I said that sounds about right.
What, the cults?
Yeah, I mean, most places I see them come out of is like, well, I mean, they come out of places like Indiana and shit too. I think that's where Jonestown came from. I think, but they often, if they don't come from usually the area of California, they will soon eventually get to the area of California, and Oregon is basically in the area of California. So
There are a lot of like big time cults here. Like there what was that couple? That weird couple. I mean, that really describes it.
are you talking about Heaven's Gate?
Maybe. I have to
I mean,
see it.
you said weird couple, so I thought Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate.
It might be. Let me Google it.
Did they all kill themselves?
Mm-hmm.
Yep, Heaven's Gate. Yeah, we should do some lives about some fucking cults, man. Murderous ones. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Get some Heaven's Gate, Matamoros, fucking Ngangas, the Nganga.
Yeah, let's talk about Fulton. State.
Jonestown. Phew. Most people, everybody that barely do any research usually think that everybody at Jonestown killed themselves. No, a large portion of people didn't want to die. They were shot and all kinds of other stuff, and shot with arrows and all kinds of shit. But they don't like to talk about that.
No, I don't think it was Heaven's Gate. We don't have that law. They have to treat you. Yeah, they have. I mean, right now they have to treat you.
Yeah, they have no choice but to treat you. Just tell them you don't have any insurance, and they'll send you something in the mail. Then you ignore it. But yeah, I think Heaven's Gate started somewhere near California, and California is where they ended up killing themselves. Do you know when? I mean, you said all the people killed themselves, right?
Yeah,
Most of them, at least.
I think I was wrong. Let me see.
Yeah, I was about to say there's two big cults I can think of that were really big on mass suicide, and that was Jonestown and Heaven's Gate. So most of the others, there was that one African cult, but I do believe it turned out a lot of the members themselves were still murdered. So a weird couple. That's the only bit of information that's just supposed to help me figure out what cult you're talking about. The weird couple.
And they had like these nicknames.
Well, yeah, Heaven's Gate. Marshall Applewhite, and he had a nickname, and the lady, I can't remember her name for the life of me, but they call her Mother or some shit.
Yeah, I think yes.
Yeah, well, you gotta understand, with cults, there's always fucking nicknames, so.
And they wore like these, I don't know, these blue matching suits.
Yes! Heaven's Gate. Heaven's Gate. That is definitely yes. They all basically became asexual. They shaved their heads to all look like each other, men and women both. They all sent videos back to their parents and shit right before they committed mass suicide. Yeah, Heaven's Gate.
But let me see.
They even had the same shoes. They had all of these pairs of Nikes and shit. They were found in their beds. Like I said, all the men, all the women, all were bald. They couldn't have sex. They couldn't do nothing. They couldn't. Yeah. I watched those videos of their. I just feel bad for these people, man. I was like, man, that's fucked up. Yeah, they thought they were supposed to get to shed away their physical forms and spiritually gain access to a spaceship that was flying by the Hale-Bopp comet, or behind the Hale-Bopp comet, and they were going to go up into the spaceship and then fly away to a whole another planet. Is what they thought.
Yeah.
Hey, for all we know, that maybe it happened. Maybe it worked. Who knows? Believe it or not, the initial mass suicide wasn't the end for the Heaven's Gate. The people that helped out and lived through the first mass suicide joined their friends not long after.
So what's this? Medical screening. They have to screen you. They have to stabilize you. They can transfer you. All hospitals that have an ER violations. Common scenario. Oh yeah, that's oh, of course. He wants to keep us dumb, poor, and sick. Wow, this is better. Brides of Christ. They had like some sex sculpts here and shit too.
That sounds hot.
Not when it involved all these freaking children. Oh look, you were right. Heaven's Gate, Oregon.
Told you.
But they relocated and did their master
To
site in California.
California. Thank you.
Okay.
Woman, once you said they were basically in jumpers, where I knew exactly who the fuck you were talking. Trust me. I've seen so many documentaries in regards to Heaven's Gate. Like I said, they had the same kind of Nike tennis shoes that they got bought in bulk for everybody. The same blue jumpers, it's just stupid and very sad, man. But hey, if you're gonna get rid of a bunch of ugly people, I guess that's a good way to do it, right?
Yeah. Oh.
I mean, that's.
Okay,
I'm not even gonna lie. I'm just being straight up honest about that. It's like if these people could get laid like normal people, they wouldn't be there. I'm just saying. It is what it is. Yeah, that's what I thought. Jim Jones or whatever, it was definitely Indiana at first, but he eventually made himself all the way to fucking California too. It's like these cults will go from wherever and eventually get to California. Yeah, I know somebody actually still owns one of the bunk beds. Believe it or not, mass suicide and murder memorabilia has very good shopping. I think it was like potassium cyanide or in vodka or something like that. When potassium cyanide might have been Jonestown. I know they were. What the hell did Heaven's Gate take? Oh shit. It was like a mix of like weird fucking drug and like vodka or some shit or applesauce, wasn't it? Oh, Love Has Won, that creepy bitch. They turned that bitch into a Christmas tree. Have you seen that body? Oh man, that's fucking. The cult leader of Love Has Won or whatever. They turned her ass into a fucking decomposing fucking Christmas tree. She was a fucking drunk. And then when she died, they couldn't deal with it, so they just put garland and like Christmas lights and shit on her. And then they just left her in the house to just gunk everything up for like weeks or months or some shit.
I remember that.
There was another cult out of Mexico, I think it was the Order of the Illumin. What is it called? Hmm. And the sex cults or whatever you were talking about, I'm pretty sure I know which one, the major one that you're talking about. You're talking about the Children of God, correct?
Yes.
Yes. That's the one that Rose McGowan and River Phoenix and Joaquin Phoenix's families were in.
Oh, they were?
The yeah, you know that?
Nope.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people say that's why River Phoenix was so always getting high on drugs and shit. Because a lot of people forget that Joaquin Phoenix had a more popular actual little brother, or I think he was little. I'm not sure because it was so long ago that he died of the same thing that John Belushi or whatever died from. He took one of those fireball or whatever the fuck they call it. You know what I mean? When you mix heroin with
Speed.
some other drug, speedball or something.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But yeah, he died right outside of like a restaurant or a club or something in California many years ago.
What's JT saying? I'm gonna go running for it high off my ass. What? You're gonna go running for the spaceship?
Now, John Paul, you gotta literally extinguish your physical form and gain access to your spiritual form before you can do that. But yeah, there was those creepy people that had the swords and those rooms that were like filled with mirrors and shit, and they like believed in like luminescence or some shit, and they all killed themselves, I think, or like there was a lot of murder mixed into it at the same time. And then there's Metamoros, people with the Nganga, which was all murder. Yeah, Speedball, that's what it was. Yeah. I think it was like John Belushi and River Phoenix that both died because of taking speedball shots. Well, if you don't like my voice, I could always use a different one. French fried potatoes. Man, criminality wouldn't let me pretend to be Todd Click, but use Cartman voice. That was not cool. I was like, I don't want to do Click if I can't be Cartman, man. It's not fun. No, oddly, even my own music sounds kind of crappy coming from the A.S.S fucking system. I don't know why. I gotta see what's up. Maybe your equalizer or something fucking up. Does it sound normal to y'all? Like, when she even plays my songs, it almost sounds like it's like a bad live or something like that. I think one night I even said that I was like, it sounds like a live, and then when she showed the video on the screen, it was just like a regular video. I was like, what the fuck is going on? But apparently Hoosier wants to sing a song or two in the heavy thing or whatever as well. So I guess I'm gonna try to help him think of a song or two or whatever. I thought he'd be able to do Johnny Cash's shirt pretty decently.
Who's a dancing cult leader? Who's a dancing cult leader?
Dancing cult leader? I'm guessing it's a cult leader who dances.
Really?
Really? Yeah. Stop asking dumbass questions. You won't get dumbass answers.
JP, did you see Hoosier singing last Friday in her live? He was singing
Yeah,
karaoke.
you gotta get up there and sing too, JP. Everybody else is gonna sing. You gotta sing now, so.
Yes, girl.
I really didn't figure out what's up with her damn audio system. It's fucking weird sounding. Does that sound seriously? Does that shit sound normal to y'all? It really sounds like weird to me. It's like the speakers are like pushing signals. It's hard to explain. Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's just for the thing or whatever. I don't think anybody's expecting perfection. It's more like everybody doesn't like go up there and do it themselves. So as long as 4 people go up there and do it, then they'll be happy. And it'll be Diana broadcasting it, so we're all going to sound like shit. So that's what my best thought is. I'm just going to record it with everybody singing. I'm like, okay, guys, does it sound like this to y'all? And everybody's going to hear it and be like, what is that? I'm like, see, I told you that's how the shit sounds to me. Hey, what's up? How you doing, Ricky? Oh, your name's Robert. You know what I mean.
Crystal.
Yeah, Crystal.
Good morning.
Yeah, I seriously need to fix your entire fucking computer.
Good morning. Good morning.
How'd you know it's morning? Because you can hear the roosters in my background?
No, because I know that Crystal wakes up when it's around 2:30 a.m. my time.
Man, if I had to get up at 2:30 in the morning, I just wouldn't go to sleep. Like, no thanks.
Well, it's not 2:30 in the morning for her.
Oh, right. So it's like 5:30 or whatever.
Let's see.
Yeah, it is. It's almost 6 here.
Yeah, we're just not really doing anything but trying to convince Pertinent to go to the hospital.
Well, I ain't trying to get shit. She don't think she need to go. She don't need to go.
Kurt, is it your right or your left tap? I'm working. I'm doing. Work.
And at the live thing, I'm obviously going to be the one that looks the worst because I'm picking the hardest fucking song to even try to even think about. So, yes, I expect full failure, entire 100,000% failure. I should pick like rap rock kind of song, and then make Diana do the rap part. I think Diana should have to sing. I really do. I do.
Are you about it gaining followers?
We'll get you like a Cardi B song, man. You got this.
What?
What's that one? WAP or whatever. Yeah, you can do WAP, right?
My brain is too slow to rap.
You didn't hear the song that I named?
Wet ass punani? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'd be hilarious. Have you ever heard the like classical instrumental version of that song?
Not that I can think of.
It's hilarious, but it sounds amazing. It's done by actual YouTubers.
Well, let's look for it.
You should look that up sometime. It's fucking hilarious to hear like a classical version of them still singing the actual lines to that. But yeah, no. Listen, you have to hear this version. It's fucking amazing, and you won't stop laughing. No, you got to hear this version, bro. I'm telling you. If you can sit there throughout this whole song, type in WAP remix. Shit. Look for a bunch of people well dressed, looking like they're in a big, all fancy and shit. I'm trying to remember what the damn name was. It's David Dobrik's fucking people. But I don't. Yeah, David Dobrik himself is not in it, but it says people. I can barely see what's on your screen. What's the title called?
Cardi B and Mozart?
No. Zayn. Type in Zayn.
Up here.
WAP cover Zayn. Zane. Yes.
There's some hoes in this house. 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 I said certified freak, 7 days a week. Wet ass pussy, make that bull like game week.
Just watch y'all. Seriously.
Yeah, you fucking with some wet ass pussy. Bring it.
I don't want to get struck.
It's a cover of a song. They have no copyright.
Are you sure?
It's not their song. That's Cardi B's song or whatever.
I'm scared. I'm just scared.
You're killing the enjoyment.
The most hated couple on TikTok.
Nearly 8 million fans, but somehow they earned the title of
What
the
the
most
hell?
couple on TikTok.
The Matt and Abby
You can try.
super thickens. I'm like actually speechless.
Behind the picture perfect family vlogs, many believed Matt and Abby Howard have been consistently waving red flags all along, as well as putting their children in dangerous situations.
From just
Pointing out that they did this so carelessly with 2 different rooms. What on?
You can get copyrighted struck for doing what you're doing right now.
You think so?
I know so. It's own material.
Music license. Oh, mother effort. All right, fine. We won't watch this. You know what we'll watch? Watch stuff about human trafficking.
I'm guaranteeing it's probably copyrighted too.
That I have saved over here. Let me see. Where did I put it?
Would you interrupt the song, asshole?
Oh, I feel like I have heard it before. It's funny.
Yeah, fuck everybody in chat. Yeah, right.
I mean, just JP.
And Pertinent and Crystal and see, the way to get away with copyright strikes is to pick material that probably isn't going to copyright strike you, even though they can.
Here, this is the one. Okay, I'm coming. This is the lady with the human trafficking. But you know what? And I'm gonna show. Where's the other girl? Hold on. What the heck is her name? Gosh, what's her name? Hold on. Hold on.
You're fired.
And what?
I said you're fired.
Where the F is this girl? Oh my god. She has no patience. Hold on. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Any day now. Any day now. I can't remember her name.
Why would you want to watch something about some lady getting trafficked?
Oh no, I'm not gonna watch the trafficking one. I'm gonna put the other girl that she was
The what?
molested by her parents.
Oh. Are you talking about the one girl they thought was like an adult and shit?
So she went?
Are you talking about the one that they swore up and down was an adult but wasn't?
No. No, this
Oh.
is this is some girl with red hair. Oh, I remember her name, Scarlet Fire. Scarlet Fire. There she is.
Oh yeah. I like redheads. No, I'm just kidding.
Jagger. Start with episode 6.
Now that I know that you'll want to hear my story, I have a lot to fucking talk about. I'm not gonna make the intro too long, but I guess I'll start off by saying my name is Scarlet Fire. That is not my real name. That's just the name that I go by now, and that's what I go by on all my social media and just the name that I've made for myself. But I am going to be reading y'all a list, or some of the bullet points from this huge list that never ends of all of the heinous crimes that my mother has committed against me and father and against my siblings, but I'm really only telling my story because I feel like my siblings aren't really mine to share. Also, I want to give y'all a trigger warning. I'm going to be talking about child abuse and sexual assault and just pure evil. So if you're sensitive to those kinds of topics, I would suggest turning this off now because what I am about to tell you is some very deep, dark, twisted shit. Now's your chance to run away. Okay. When I was a kid, my mother molested me, and she would have my father watch. The way that this would play out was she would tell me that as my mother, it was her job to make sure that I was cleaning properly every time I would shower, and that it was my job to lay out on my bed every time I would shower, spread my legs, and call for her. Wait. And then she would come in. My big ass, scary, fucking soulless father would come in behind her. He would lock the door and stand in front of it and watch. And she would kneel down in front of me while I was on my bed, and she would molest me. And she would taste to make sure that I had cleaned properly. Yeah. I don't really remember how long this went on for. But eventually that started to cause problems, as, molesting your kid does. So she stopped because she was afraid it was going to become, public. While this was happening, my siblings were like in their rooms right next to me, and they weren't aware that it was happening because my parents made it a very discreet thing. They told me that I had to do this while I was, in their room and the doors were closed. And then while I would do this and they would do this, the doors would be closed. And like it was a very discreet thing. Yeah. So I guess I'll read some more from the list. My mother loved to humiliate her kids. It got her off almost as much as beating them and molesting them did. And when I say humiliate, I'll give you an example. She would host humongous birthday parties for me and my siblings at our house. Our house was pretty big. They lived on 10 acres. There was 3 floors. Their room, they basically lived in it, and they would only come out to beat their kids. But they would host these huge birthday parties where they would invite my class, they would invite my siblings' classes, and we would have these joint parties, right? They would either be in the basement or outside. Honestly, it was a combination. Some of the classes would be inside in the basement, some would be outside on the 10 acres. And while these parties were happening, my mother would take one of us and beat the living shit out of us in the laundry room or her room or one of our rooms and lock us in there. Then they would go and hang out with the kids and talk mad shit about us and embarrass the fuck out of us by telling them things like we would wet the bed, or, you know, if we had crushes on any of our classmates, and just really embarrass us. And then when the parties were over, they would send the kids home, let us out of wherever they had locked us, and then show us the presents that the kids had brought for us. They would break them in front of us, or they would eat all of the candy in front of us and laugh and thank us for the presents that we had gotten them. So they made it very, very difficult for us to make friends by doing this, and my mother just loved to humiliate us. But it would also help them to keep up this facade in our community that they were great people. You know, because they were hosting parties for their kids at their big house on all of their, you know, land, and like they were just like these amazing people with like such well-behaved kids, and they did such nice things for their kids, like have these parties and hosted such large get-togethers. And everybody looked up to them. People would even come to them for like advice on their kids or relationship advice. And nobody knew that behind closed doors, they were literally beating their kids senseless and, you know, molesting us and like just evil people. But anyways, another example of how my mother would humiliate us and, you know, have these like humiliation rituals, was she would pin us down and she would cut our hair as ugly as possible. And then she would drag us to the car by it and then force us to go to our bullies' birthday parties. And this was obviously extreme abuse, but it made it impossible for us to make friends. Instead, we just made bullies everywhere we went. Yeah. I guess I'll give y'all a little, you know, backstory, because people were asking me on my TikTok how my parents were able to get away with these crimes. And I'll go into that. Basically, my parents were very active members of our community. They were very active members of the Catholic Church we belonged to. My mother was in every fucking book club. She was a member of Corpus Christi. I'm pretty sure they were members of a cult. And she made sure that me and my siblings were in every single sport, every single club, and just made sure that my entire family was, you know, very active in our community. They would donate a lot to charities. We would go to like soup kitchens and give to the homeless, and like their reputation was the most important thing in the world to them, because they were doing such despicable things behind, you know, closed doors. It was very important that they upkept this facade, that they were like, just, we were the golden family, and like people looked up to us in every aspect. And like, you know, my parents had raised such well-behaved children, and me and my siblings were all so close. We barely ever fought. And my parents barely ever fought, but this was all just a facade. And it was because behind closed doors, we were being, you know, our lives were being threatened on a regular, and we were being beat in horrible ways and neglected horribly, and, you know, just horrible things were happening to us. And so, you know, my father is a rich lawyer. I mean, he was voted #1 lawyer in America at one point. And my mother was a stay-at-home mother and was raising these amazing kids that like did as they were told all the time. And my dad was also a gospel reader in church. My mother was a Eucharistic minister. They put us into, you know, fucking soccer, swimming, volleyball, softball, fucking chess club, fucking Irish dancing, literally every fucking club and sport we could have been in, which is also why people looked up to us so much. And they were always hosting these parties at our house. Like for their 25th wedding anniversary, they had a huge party, and me and my siblings were the fucking like hostesses in our own fucking house. Like we were serving platters of food to all of these adults that went to our Catholic school and our Catholic church, and everyone just thought it was like so cute and sweet. And it was obviously very fucking bizarre, but yeah, that is really how they got away with it. Another way that they got away with these crimes was when they would beat us, it was always in discreet areas where no one could see. So when they would spank us, they would fucking rip our pants off and rip our fucking underwear off. And our underwear always had to come off, by the way. Like it was never just like a slap on the bottom through our pants and shit. All layers had to come off. And most of the times they enjoyed it more when we were forced to take them off ourselves. But once we got to an age where like, you know, we're not going to do that for you, they held us down and they did it themselves. But they would whip us on our asses with electrical cords or the metal parts of belts, and there would be open wounds. And like our fucking asses were always just like torn open. But that's how they got away with it, was like it was always in discreet areas where you would not see these marks unless we were naked. They became very fucking close with our pediatricians also. And like they just like became close with everyone that they needed to become close with in order to get away with these fucking crimes. Yeah. They also a form of abuse that they really enjoyed was choking us. So my mom would fucking kneel on our chest and put her hand over our mouth and plug our noses, and then she would scream in our face and be like, answer me, and like she would watch us try and struggle to like say shit because we obviously couldn't when she was doing that. She loved it. She would laugh and like spit in our face, and like she would only let up and give us a little bit of oxygen so that we wouldn't like pass out, but then she would like continue. And it was things like this where like it's easy to get away with crimes like that. Sometimes they would let their anger get the best of them and they would slip up and accidentally cause marks, like from giving us black eyes or punching us in the nose and giving us bruises on our faces. And when this would happen, they would keep us home from school until they went away. But my mother and father would become, mainly my mother would become so close with our teachers and our principals, and like she would become a member of the board for our schools. She even went as far as to try to run for state legislator and like government positions. Like they really tried to work their way up in society, so that they could just keep getting away with this shit and no one would ever question them. They made as many connections that they possibly could, to get away with this. They never ever suspected that, you know, we would all go against them and take them to court and expose them for everything. And so our teachers would never question why we were being kept home from school, and instead they would just give us A's on all of the work that we had missed out on, and we never had to even complete it. I don't know what my mother would say to them, but she just had so much say in our community that no one ever would have questioned them or suspected anything at all. Even their own relatives. My mother doesn't have relatives. Me and my siblings are convinced she killed them all. But my father's relatives never fucking suspected anything, apparently. And they all just looked up to my parents. Like all these people were always just looking up to my parents, and it was so infuriating because we had to keep our mouths shut or they would fucking kill us. But we all knew, like, bro, you guys are like worshiping my parents like they're, you know, Christ reincarnated, and they are actually Satan fucking spawn committing horrible fucking crimes against us. And the only reason that we're so well behaved is because if we act up once, they will end our life or our siblings' lives, and we can't risk that. So eventually I got so fed up with it, that I told I just snitched on them for everything. I told my dad in the car one day while I held my fucking little brother's neck that was bleeding because my mom had cut it open while I was trying to remove her from him while she was choking him out. And instead of letting go, she latched on and ended up cutting him in, you know, me trying to remove her. And this was my last straw. And I was really, really scared for my little brother's life because he was very underdeveloped all the time, and he was suffering a lot of health issues because my parents beat him so fucking badly. And he was also the only boy in our family, and he was the youngest. And I just became very protective over him, like he was my own child, and very fearful for his life. And this was my final straw. And I told my father in the car, this is it. I am telling on you, and your life is about to end. The facade is going to end. I'm ending it now. And his famous last words to me were, "You won't. You're a pussy." And I laughed. And I went to school and I told them everything. And that was the beginning of the end for them. I guess I'll stop it here. Just because I feel like I've been talking for a while. And I don't want to ramble on for too long. I'll start making videos like these like every day, honestly. And if y'all want me to start making longer ones, I can. Like I can make like podcast episodes and like 40-minute or like up to an hour long videos if that's what y'all want. And I'll start doing like Q&As and like eventually this gets big. Well, I'm manifesting it. I'll start having my siblings on and like they can start sharing their stories. And like honestly, like I'll start fucking bringing on like people from my childhood, like if they want to, and like people that were involved with shit, and like I'll start having like guests on and shit like that, and like whatever y'all want me to do, I'm down as fuck. So yeah, I hope y'all enjoyed this first ever YouTube video. I mean, I guess enjoy is kind of the wrong word, but I enjoy true crime. I didn't enjoy it, but I very much related to it when I watched the Menendez brothers documentaries, and I felt for them tremendously because I grew up the exact same way. And like the Gypsy Rose documentary, my mother is like that. And my goal is to one day create such a giant platform on here by telling these stories and people relating and all of us kind of just forming a community of people that grew up the same way. And then my dream is for this to become a documentary and for the whole fucking world to know who my parents really were, because I went my whole fucking life with this facade that they were like literally like Christ reincarnated, and like they were walking miracles. Our entire family was, and we were just like a role model for what the perfect family looked like. So I just like, my goal is to make it known worldwide that like that was not the case, and me and my siblings literally grew up in hell. So I'm gonna keep telling these stories and answering any questions you'll have, and like talking about the mental health problems that come with growing up like that, and like just how my life has played out with growing up in that kind of a home. But yeah, if y'all like this, let me know. I'll definitely keep making these, and I'll try to make them longer if you want me to. And like, I'll make a podcast for people that like want to listen to it instead of watch. And yeah, I'll make this like. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to my YouTube channel. I feel so unserious when I say that because I just like can't believe this is happening. This has literally been my dream since I was a kid. Like the only thing that got me through my fucking horrible childhood, horrible is like fucking an understatement, bruh. But the only thing that got me through it was literally this thought, was that one day, and this is what I tell myself, like every time I'm on the verge of wanting to end my life, I tell myself, like, just push through, bruh, because one day you're going to get to tell your story and people are going to listen, and you're going to have millions of people, billions of people all over the world that are going to actually care about you and actually listen to you, because I just have never gotten to fucking experience it. And it's just like, I just feel like I deserve it, because I don't know, like I just feel like I try so hard to be such a good person, but all these people just keep hurting me. And I just like have been waiting so long for it to be my time, where like I get to finally breathe and like feel like I have purpose, and like my life means something other than to be a fucking case study and a fucking sex doll for my mother to fucking beat on and touch. But yeah, I wish it didn't happen, but I'm like, this is my time, bro. Like, it has taken me so long to like come out and say this shit. Like, I have been debating this for like a really long time, and every time I want to talk about it, there's just these like thoughts in my brain that is just like, I'm conditioned this way and I don't know why, but I'm just like, you can't expose them. Like, I just feel bad for them. Like, I don't know why. It's just the way they abused me was so like, just like planned out that like they made me feel bad about snitching on them. They made all of us feel bad about snitching on them. Well, that time has come to an end because I'm ratting those motherfuckers out, bruh. Anyways, you guys, welcome back. I'm so fucking excited, bro. Like, I just can't even contain my excitement right now. People care about me, and I'm so unused to it. And I'm like, it's literally been making me cry, like, for the last couple of days, because I just, like, I've been begging people to please just care about me, and please listen to me. Please listen to me. I'm begging you for the last, like, 22 years of my life. And I thought it was going to be this way forever, and I was going to be alone forever, and there was no point. But now, I'm just so excited to have you guys and to keep growing this account. And like eventually, I know some people might be on here like hoping I'm gonna make videos about like my BPD and like more content about my triggers and stuff like that. I will. I figured people are kind of interested in my story right now, and I also want to get it out there because I know there's gonna be documentaries and I know there's gonna be movies. Every time I have ever told anyone, I mean anyone, you guys, even y'all, even just like the slightest detail of my fucking childhood and my life, their first reaction is, sounds like fucking documentary shit, bruh. Every time I tell someone. And I've always known in the back of my head, mark my words, there will be documentaries, there will be movies. I will get fucking closure, bro. I will find answers to why my parents did these things to me. And like, I just know in the back of my mind, it's going to all come unraveling eventually. And everything is going to come out. And I'm going to find out if my parents really, or not my parents, well, I also have suspicions my dad's involved, obviously. But I really am convinced, bro, that my mom killed all of her siblings and her mother. And to elaborate on this, my mother had 2 brothers. One of them died when she was in high school, and she told every time she would tell us, it was a different fucking story. It was a car accident first, then it was fucking a motorcycle accident, then it was a snake bite because they lived in Texas, and she just kept changing the way he died. My other uncle, bro, I'm convinced she used to drug him because he went from being very stable and cognitive and like all there and like literally part of the fucking Air Force, bro, to I think my mom had fucking custody of him. Every time I saw him, he was drooling. He had pissed his pants and was just sitting in wet pants and was so fucking high out of his mind on drugs that like I couldn't understand anything he was saying. But then like there were times where he was completely normal. My mom had full control of him, bro. And she used to talk about me sexually to him. She'd be like, look at her tits. Don't they look good? And be like, doesn't she have such a nice ass? And she would talk about me like this to my uncle. And then like brainwash him into like seeing me in this way. He eventually started touching me inappropriately, but it never became anything more than just like groping me and like asking me very inappropriate questions about myself. And like, you know, asking me to like do things to him, which I wouldn't, but I was just like, oh, that's just crazy, Uncle Brent. But then there were some days where he would be like, help me. You have to help me. Your mother is abusing me. Your mother abused my brother. Your mother abused my mother. She's been abusing all of us. You have to help me. And I have the most terrifying letter that me and my sister found that he wrote her, you know, before he went missing. He's missing, you guys. I don't know where my uncle is. Last time I ever heard from him was when I was on the phone with him and he was, you know, in and out. And he was like telling me about how my mom's abusive, but also like being weird. And he was talking about how he had like a porn addiction or something. And my mom, all of a sudden, I hear my mom on the other line go, Brent, which is his name. She goes, Brent, get off the phone now. Phone hangs up. No one has fucking heard from him. No one has seen him. I mean, he is just gone. He's vanished from the face of the fucking earth. And I asked my mom, where's Uncle Brent? She wouldn't tell me. Last thing she told us was he had a stroke and is paralyzed completely on his left side now. And I asked if I could see him, and she won't allow it. And then this one time, she slipped up while we were, you know, like on the phone, and she was like having one of her fucking splits where a new personality was coming out. And she accidentally told me that he had spoken ill about her and lied, which I know it's not a lie. because I've experienced the same things he would say. And so now he's drugged up and alone, and he's going to die alone. And that is the last thing my mother told me, and the last thing I've heard about my uncle and her last living relative. So, and her mother, I remember when her mother was dying, and she made us all go to the hospital to witness her mother like fucking seizing out in her hospital bed right before she died, like literally that night. And then she told my dad to bring us home because we couldn't see how it ended. So we go home, and she died in the hospital with my mother alone. And my uncle, before he went missing, told me that she abused my mother when she was in high school, and like up until my mother died. She abused him, she abused her other brother, and they're all gone now. And she had a best friend in when we were all younger. They were both part of the Catholic Church. And I just remember her feeling so safe. Me and my siblings all remember this. She always felt so safe. Like when we would give her hugs, she felt like she was the only person in our entire childhood that ever felt safe to us. Her scent was so comforting. The charms on her bracelets when she would give us hugs, like everything about her felt so safe. And this was my mother's best friend, right? My mother, we go to church one day, one random evening when we didn't go to church in the evenings. We always went in the morning. But for some fucking reason, we had to go in the evening. And my mother had to read the announcements this time at church, this random day where we went in Saturday night instead of Sunday morning. She gets up on the fucking altar. She reads the announcements, which usually the announcements are to announce who in the community of the Catholic Church we went to has passed away and like say a prayer for them. She reads off her best friend's name and breaks down into tears at the altar. My mother doesn't cry, so this was a manipulation tactic. She was faking this. You don't find out your best friend dies from suicide, by the way, suicide, when she had kids and a husband, from reading it in the daily announcements on this random fucking day that you decided to go to church at night instead of morning and you wanted to be the one to read the announcements. This was planned out. Me and my siblings have this theory. We weren't allowed to have fun. My parents didn't do anything for us, bro. But this one random fucking day, they decided to put a concrete basketball court randomly in their 10 acres of land. We never used this, by the way. What is under that concrete? It's just a big black concrete square and then a hoop. What is under that fucking concrete is me and my siblings' questions. So yeah. And I'm also pretty sure that her best friend who killed herself, pretty sure her husband killed himself not too long after. There's a lot of like, anyone that comes close to my mother goes missing. So very scary shit, you guys. But anyways, I don't know where I was going with that story, but just thought I would let you know. I'm going to be reading a few more of the heinous crimes my mother has committed against me and my siblings, but I really just only share mine because my siblings are not mine to share. The abuse was different between each sibling. It was very similar between me and my little brother. Me and my little brother both have the same fucking mental illness now, but my two older sisters, it was different. It wasn't as like strategic, and like everything was so planned out the way she abused me and my little brother. It was like we were her test subjects. And like, she physically was not supposed to have kids, okay? She had my older sister, right? She's 10 years older than me, 12 years older than my little brother. She had her first, and she looks nothing like the rest of us. And then apparently, this is what my mother told us and what I remember. She was physically unable to have kids anymore after my older sister. So 10 years go by of her trying, and she told me she had to be strapped down to a table, and nuns had to do like fucking voodoo shit over her. And then she was able to birth 3 more kids, all like blonde, 2 of us with colored eyes, and one of us, so me and my sister have naturally dirty blonde hair and similar colored eyes, and we're all 2 years apart. So like my little brother's the youngest, and then 2 years after, or like older, I'm 2 years older than my little fucking brother. God, I'm like losing my train of thought. I'm 2 years older than my little brother. And then my sister is 2 years older than me. And then 10 years older than me is my oldest sister. She's 8 years older than my sister that's 2 years older than me. And she's 12 years older than my little brother. And we all look nothing like her. So yeah, that's very fucking bizarre as well. But anyways, back to the heinous crimes that my parents have committed against me and my siblings, but I only really tell my stories. I have a couple, and then I'm going to get back to where we finished last episode, don't worry, where I ratted them out and like what happened after I ratted them out for all of their crimes. So, number 1, my mother keeps a treasure box on her dresser of all of the notes that me and my siblings, but mainly me, would write her. And these are like pages long, front and back, apologizing profusely for making her mad and being a bad kid and begging her not to hurt us for it. And we would do this. We learned that sometimes this would help her to get off just as much as beating us would. So sometimes she wouldn't beat us if we would write her these letters. Sometimes it didn't matter and she still would, but sometimes she wouldn't, because these letters were just so like she succeeded. Like she hurt us so badly and she was scaring us so badly that like these letters were proof of that. And she has a fucking treasure box full of every letter ever written to her, just on display in her room. Yeah, she's a fucking psychopath. Oh, she would neglect us horribly. Horribly, you guys. I remember as a kid, I was just so fucking drained. My body was just exhausted. And every day I had to wake up and open my eyes. It was difficult for me to just get through the day because she would starve us. There was never any food in the house. It's almost like she was rationing. Like there was only cans of shit and like ingredients and like never anything that you could just like go and eat. So we had to wait all fucking day. Unless, we wanted to eat some fucking ingredients because that was all we had. But the only meal that we ever really got, unless it was like a special occasion. Sometimes on special occasions, like fucking religious occasions, we would get like the Passover meals. We would get that, like a Last Supper type shit. And we would get like wine too, like full glasses of wine. But yeah, my parents would fucking starve us. And we would call it crockpot crap, which is what we would get for our meal at the end of the day. And it was usually just like a bunch of ingredients, just disgusting shit that my mother would throw into a crockpot that did not pair with each other. Like fucking spinach meatballs that were frozen still. And like a fucking shrimp scampi sauce. And like fucking red beans. Like just like disgusting shit that like was not like, a kid does not want to eat this. And it's also just like this is not meeting our nutritional needs in order for us to develop properly. And I just remember like feeling so fucking jealous of the kids at school, bro. Like I would go to school and I would just see what they would take out of their lunch boxes every day. And I would just sit back in the back of the classroom and like observe during lunch and see like everyone take out their lunch. And I was like, bro, like you have a little Debbie for lunch? Like a little Debbie? Like they had these like fucking sandwiches, bro. And they were like, it was like white bread and they had like fucking like pepperoni inside. And that shit looked so good, bro. And I always was so jealous of them. So I learned when I was in like first grade, I learned that if I threw a temper tantrum before class or before church, I would get left behind. So not only did I not have to go to church, I would also get to stay in the classroom all by myself for like an hour while the lights were off and it was just quiet, finally. It was the only fucking time I ever got peace and quiet. But I could also go through all of the kids' lunch boxes before lunch so they wouldn't notice something was missing because their moms packed their lunch and they didn't know what was in it until it was time to open their lunch boxes. And I could like take a little bit, like just enough where they wouldn't notice and like where I wasn't leaving them with no lunch. So I would just take like, if they had like a little like M&M packet as their dessert, or like usually these kids had like multiple desserts. Okay, like don't judge me, bro. I was so fucking hungry. I just wanted a little Debbie. But yeah, I was in like fucking first grade, so don't judge me. But yeah, I would steal and I would just hang out in the classroom where it was quiet finally, because it was never quiet in my house. was always fighting and screaming and shrieking and like demonic noises. And me getting my ass beat while getting spit on and fucking screamed in my face. But yeah, so I'd hang out in the quiet classroom. I'd take a little bit of each of the kids' lunch and I would play with the toys in their backpacks. And then when all the lights would come on in the hallway, I would know to like, okay, get your shit together, bitch, get back in your fucking like timeout area and act like you weren't enjoying it. But yeah. But anyways, so she starved us. She neglected us in every aspect, bro. I, as a kid, had such bad eczema. Like that shit was torn open at all times. And I would be like bleeding and like there was pus coming out of it and like it was all up my arms. I was always uncomfortable. And to this day, I've developed such bad sensory issues, like over every little thing. I mean, this is why. But so she would fucking I would just be covered in eczema and it'd be like open and bleeding and she would not be taking care of me. And the way that she got away with this, where people wouldn't be like, dude, this is neglect. You have to take care of her health problems. She would fucking pick me up from school early some days and tell them, you know, like I have a doctor's appointment for this, so that they would be like, oh, she's actively trying at least. Like we can't call CPS. She's taking her out of school, like, and trying. And she would drive me like 2 fucking hours, bro, on an empty stomach after a fucking 7-hour school day, an hour of kneeling on hardwood floor during church if I didn't get left behind. I mean, as the years got on, like I couldn't really do that anymore. So this was like later on in my fucking, you know, middle school years, but and she would take me like 2 hours away to like a new doctor every time, farther and farther. And each time I would get my hopes up that maybe it would be a new personality that was taking me to these doctor's appointments. And this one would be nice to me and like actually let me have what the doctor prescribed and actually help me. But every time I was fucking wrong, bro. We would just go, she would get my hopes up. They would prescribe me things because they were like, holy fuck, this is horrendous. Like, let me help you out. And I give you a cream and like all this shit. And I'd be like, oh, thank you. You have no idea. Thank you so much, bro. And then as soon as we get in the car, she would throw the fucking cream away and she would tell me I wasn't allowed to fucking have it because she knew what was inside of it and like she knew that the government put shit in it that was not good for me and I wasn't allowed to have it. And my sister, my older sister, the one that's 10 years older than me, she would try to help because she felt bad. So she would give me like vitamins thinking my mom would be okay with that. No, she would also throw them away. And then my sister would get fucking verbally abused and physically abused because she tried to help. And yeah. Let's see what else. What else do I have on the list for today? Oh. When my mother would beat us senseless, if there was one thing my mother enjoyed, maybe even more than getting off on beating us and also our little notes that we would write her. They weren't little, they were fucking like pages long, but it was making sure me and my siblings did not get close with each other so that we felt as alone as possible, even in our own home with the abuse. So me and my siblings did not find comfort in each other. This did not work though. Me and my siblings became very fucking close. We fight constantly in our adult years now, and even in our childhood years, bro. Like we would abuse each other, like physically, very badly because it was all we knew. But we also were very close because we were all we had, and we were the only kids that we could relate to. Like we did not fit in at school, and like we never really had friends. We got bullied everywhere we went, each and every one of us. So we were the only kids, even though we beat the shit out of each other, we were the only kids that we could relate to. So we were very close. We still are, even though we fight constantly. And, you know, me and my sister don't speak anymore right now. And me and both my sisters don't speak anymore because of certain things, but we're very close and I like love them with all my heart. And one day we will reconnect again. Like we just need a break from each other right now because it's hard when you have such severe traumas and like being around each other just constantly reminds you of your childhood. So it's just difficult, but we all love each other very fucking much. Like we are so close. And the only reason all of us are still alive to this day is because like we made a pact to each other. Like we all have to survive because if one of us ends up ending our own lives, all of us are going to. So we have to fight for each other and we can't give up. So honestly, my siblings are the only reason we are all still alive. So as much as my parents tried to pin us against each other and make sure we didn't have each other, you know, we actually just ended up keeping each other alive. But anyways, where the story was going was when my mother would beat the shit out of us, she would either have my father corner us because we would find ways to like escape. Like we would find a table. We would have to escape her arms and run far enough to get to a table because we could run around it and she wouldn't be able to get us. We would find new tactics like this, right? Like for me personally, I would do this. I would also wrap myself in a blanket, bro. I'd wrap myself in a fucking blanket so that she couldn't find the opening because I was holding it so tightly. And so she'd have to hit me from outside the blanket, which didn't hurt as bad. But if my dad was home, my big ass, scary, soulless, fucking Viking, evil father, she would call him and he would come running to her whenever she called his name. And he would pick up the blanket and fucking drop me out of it. And then they would just both tag team beat me. But when he wasn't home to do this, because he also worked a lot, he was always at work, he would leave us home with her like all the time. And like, we would blow up his phone thousands of times a day at work, be like, please, dad, please help us. Please help us. I know you're in there. Like, I know you're in there deep down. Please help us. And he would just be like, if you keep calling me and bothering me at work about this, you're gonna come home from school one day and I'm going to have blown my brains out in the kitchen. Don't fucking bother me. And then he'd end the fucking phone call. They're just despicable human beings. But anyway, if my dad wasn't home to help corner us or like drop me out of a blanket, if my mom needed help, she would call one of our siblings, and our siblings had to pin us down. They had to corner us around the table and help. Sorry guys, I'm having PTSD, so just ignore that. I like can't even like hear noises when it's quiet and I'm alone in my own fucking apartment because I start disassociating and seeing a fucking man, or not a fucking man, but a giant fucking figure with a fucking like ox head or like a fucking goat head. I don't even fucking know, bruh, with a cloak. And it comes for me, bro. I'm fucked in the head, bro. My parents fucked me up. But anyways, my little brother sees this too. It's whatever cult my parents belong to, bro. Like they did something to me and my brother, bro. But we'll get into that. I'll get into that in a new episode. But yeah, basically when my dad wasn't home to help corner us, they would call my sister or my brother and they would have to pin us down for her to beat us. And she thought that this was making us hate each other, but in reality, it was comforting and like less scary than if my dad were to corner us, because it was like, while my mom would beat us and while my sibling was forced to hold us down for her to beat us, they would like rub you with their thumb without my mom seeing. And like, we would look at each other in the eyes while my mother would beat the living shit out of us. And it was like a comfort. My dad, like, you had nowhere to look, bro, other than to disassociate if my dad was the one holding you down, because they would both be beating you. But if your sibling was forced to do it, otherwise they'd get beat worse. It was like, you know, they would look at you in the eyes. We would both have tears in our eyes. And like, we wouldn't look at my mom. We would just look at each other. And like, the one holding you down would be like discreetly, like gently rubbing their thumb on you to know that like, I'm really fucking sorry, dude. Like, please forgive me. And like, you would look at them like, dude, like, I know. I don't blame you. So yeah, my mother's a fucking disgusting piece of fucking shit. Fuck that bitch forever. Yeah, let's see what else we got. Oh, if you wanted fucking food or like clothes that my mom wouldn't pick out, because we got bullied hella. We weren't allowed to wear anything unless my mom picked it out, and it was also a humiliation ritual. Like, she dressed us like clowns, like literal clowns. I have pictures of this shit too, and like, I have pictures of that letter I was telling you about from when my uncle wrote her. That's like really terrifying. So I'll like post all this shit, and I have so many audio recordings of my mom when she's shrieking like a demon, bro, like scary ass shit that will literally raise the hairs on your body, and you will like look over your shoulder when you hear it. Like, it's terrifying. I'll release all of this stuff. This series will go on for a long time, because as long as my mother is breathing, I have new content for you guys. But anyways, if you wanted like shit like this, she would tell you that you had to work for it, right? And so you had to do very hard manual labor. So at the ripe age of like fucking 10 years old, we were power washing her fucking 2-car garage, her fucking porch, her fucking deck. We were picking the fucking weeds out of their fucking 10 acres, bro. Like, just unreasonable hard manual labor for these young children to be doing. And this shit would take us days. I mean, I would wake up at the butt fucking crack of dawn, you guys, and I would be out there power washing her whole fucking ginormous 3-story house up until like midnight, and then I'd wake up at the butt fucking crack of dawn the next day and I'd be doing it. And by the time I finally finished and my starved, exhausted little body had finally finished, and I was so excited, I was like, I finally get to pick out new fucking clothes like that I choose. She wouldn't give you the money. She wouldn't give you the fucking money. And she would even go as far as to let you go online and shop, which was the only time we were really allowed to have computer access. She would let you go online and shop for these things, and then she would go in and look at your cart and be like, no. I hate that bitch. I hate that bitch. But anyway, yeah, she's evil. She's evil as fuck. So it's been 35 minutes. I guess I should spend the next 30 minutes telling you guys what happened after I snitched on her for everything. So I've been like very disassociated today, and I've been hearing ringing in my head like all day. And I don't know, this happens to me sometimes. I like feel my parents' demonic fucking presence from wherever I am, and like I don't know how to explain it. I really don't know how to explain it. I'm telling you, my parents are cult members, you guys, and it's going to come out. I'm still trying to find answers to everything, but I swear to you guys, my parents are fucking cult members. The way they dress too is like they're from the colonial times. Like my dad wears a 3-piece fucking suit, like with the vest too, and a cane and the fedora or like whatever the fucking hat is. And he has a fucking chain watch that he wears. And he speaks like he's from the colonial times. He uses the word reckon. And his favorite fucking movies are all like olden, like, you know, war movies. And the inside of their house, bro, oh my God, you would feel the demonic presence just entering the driveway. There's always like fog up leading up to their driveway. And there's a huge grandfather clock in the fucking, it's not the living room, it's the fucking like, it's just like this room with like religious shit everywhere, like not normal religious shit. Like it looks like it's like these pictures of like Mary like breastfeeding Jesus, but like it's scary, like demonic. And so this grandfather goes off every 15 minutes, and it's like it rings throughout all 3 stories of the house, and it would fucking trigger the fuck out of me, bro. But it goes ding 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 ding, and it would fucking ring like every fucking 15 minutes, bro, for whatever time it was. This shit is terrifying, bro. And my mother dresses like she's from the colonial time. She wears those like weird dresses that like go down to like mid calf, and they like poof out at the bottom. And then she also wears a fedora and those weird like olden time Mary Janes. I don't know if you guys know what I'm talking about, but like they're like those olden time shoes that like people wore. And she dressed us like that also. I have pictures, I'll show y'all. And we were always going to these fucking weird meetings at like the Greenbrier or the Homestead. And we would do like fucking tea time and shit. Like not normal shit, bro. My parents are fucking cult leaders, bro. I'm telling you, I swear to you. And they speak like they're from the colonial times. They act like they're from the colonial times. They dress like it, like the way they eat and the way they grocery shop as if they're rationing and they've lived in a fucking underground fucking chamber all their life. And just weird shit, bro. The way my mom talks, she's always talking about the first woman that ever had a lobotomy was by her husband, who called her like insane because she was hormonal, almost as if that's her, like it's her own personal story. She was the first woman to ever have a lobotomy. It's so weird, dude. I have a voice recording of this too, that I'll release all of this shit, bro. But yeah, so that's just to give you some more context behind who my parents are. But anyways, when I snitch, one day, my mother's beating my little brother because he wasn't putting his shoes on fast enough. And so he gets beat. This is like what I'm talking about. Like it's like your life almost ends over anything you do. So he starts calling for me because my siblings knew that if they call for me, I would stop, drop, and roll, bruh. I was fucking down there in a matter of seconds, and I would create a distraction. I would jump on their backs, and I broke my dad's finger, like I sprained my mother's wrist. Like I would do as much damage as possible, and I would get them off, like, and then I'd be like, run, like run, and then I would hold them off, and then they'd have to, you can't chase both of us if we go in different directions. And there's also the way that the stair set was like 2 sets of stairs leading up to each other from both sides of the house. So like you would have to run around the house. You'd have to pick which one you wanted to chase because you can't chase both of us. Like it's impossible. So we learned like these tactics, right? So anyways, my brother's calling me. I'm getting ready for school and I'm like, I'm coming. I run down the stairs and I see that she has him by the back of the neck, bent over, like slamming his face into the the marble counter. And so I run and I grab her and I rip her off, and she doesn't let go of my little brother, and she clings onto his neck, and her nails are always sharp as shit, bruh, because she's demonic. But in this process, as she clings on as hard as she can, and she rips the back of his neck open with her long ass nails. And I'm like in disbelief that she like the entire length of the back of his neck was cut. Not like it like deep, obviously, but she drew blood like the entire length of the back of his neck. And it was just like, I was just like, at this point, I was just so fucking concerned for my little brother, bro, because like he was so underdeveloped, and the abuse with him just got worse with each kid. And like his little tiny underdeveloped body, she just would beat on and beat on and beat on. And so would my dad. And like I'm surprised they didn't give him shaken brain syndrome. Like they would grab him by the shoulders, shake him vigorously, grab him by the back of the neck. They did this to all of us, but like his body was too little to handle this much abuse. And they would force your face down into like, the counters or the carpet, and like just repeatedly do this, and like scream in your ear, and like hit you in the back of the head and the back in your back, like whip you, like I was telling you, like shit like this, bro. And I was just really concerned for him because like I can't go into detail. I hope one day he feels strong enough to tell his story, because it's despicable what they did to him. Just despicable. It's the only thing really that makes me want to tell this story, and the only thing that made me want to start the court hearing. It's just like the things they put him through, the physical abuse they put him through, and the way it affected his body and his brain. It didn't affect me and my siblings like that. Like it affected us a lot, but it really affected my little brother's body, and it stunted his development. And it really affected him, and I was really scared for him and his well-being. But yeah, so anyways, this happens, and I'm fucking scared for him and his life. So I go to fucking school, and on the way to school, my dad takes us. And you know what's so crazy, actually? My dad had to start taking us to school because my mom would trigger me so badly in the car that I would start to I started trying to choke my mother out from behind her seat while she was driving, because I needed her dead. I needed her gone. I couldn't endure the torture my mother was putting me and my siblings through anymore. And she just like loved it. Like me hurting her was just like, dude, like she loved it, bro. She loved it. It was like, it's working. It's working. It's working. And I would sit outside her bedroom door for hours on end, y'all. I mean, hours on end. Like on the weekends when my dad was at work, and it was just, or he was outside mowing like all day, I would just lay on the hardwood floor outside her room, and she wouldn't come out. And I would just cry, and I'd be like, please, please kill yourself. I'm begging you. Like, if you love me, you will kill yourself. Please. And I'd just cry, and I'd beg, and I'd beg, and I'd beg. And I could just hear her laughing from inside her room. She was just so proud of herself. She's just such an evil human being. There's just so much. It's so hard for me to stay on topic and like get to where I need to get. Like, there's just so much that I have to tell y'all. But basically, yeah, we're on the way to school, and my dad is taking us, and I'm holding my little brother's neck, and he's bawling his eyes out, obviously, just in like a disassociative state, as we always all were. And I'm just like, I'm just like, his tiny little fucking neck in my hands, like his underdeveloped little body, like I was just like, he really like, I just have such a strong connection to that kid. Like I have such a strong connection to all my siblings, but it's just like, that is my kid. My little brother is my kid, bro. Like ever since we were all kids, I just saw him as like my own kid. And I like feel so bad too, because like I told y'all, like we beat each other. And it's just like, it keeps me up at night to think about like sometimes the things that I would do. Like, sorry, I'm just gonna cry, but this is just a natural reaction. But it would take me so long to fall asleep because I was so scared, and I was seeing things. Like I was telling y'all, like this dark figure with like a ox head, like a huge dark figure with like an ox head, and he was seeing it too, and I didn't know, and it was taking me so long to fall asleep. And I guess it triggered me to be woken up while I was asleep, and it would take me so long to finally get myself to fall asleep. But he would come in and he would wake me up and ask me if like he could sleep in my bed with me because he was scared too and he couldn't fall asleep. And like in a half asleep, like fucking split, I don't even know what to call it, I would fucking kick him so hard and I'd be so mad that he woke me up. And it like literally like it just keeps me up at night to this day, bro. I just like feel so bad about hurting my little brother like that. And my sister, he doesn't blame me for it now. Obviously, we're very, very close. But yeah, I just view him as like my kid because like he was just like such a baby and like he was just being so like they just hurt him so bad and I hated watching it. She would fucking like he didn't do well in school, obviously. His brain was underdeveloped and my mom would get so mad at him when he would be behind. And when they were doing like fucking she would tutor him at home, which basically just meant she would take his huge textbook, and she would bash it over his head over and over and over again. And like she's just a fucking evil person, bro. They both are. But that was what made me tell. And that's what to this day keeps me from feeling scared about telling on them. I'm sweating so fucking bad because I'm like fucking, I'm literally, my hands are dripping, bro. But that's what like really like made me snitch because I was like, I feared for my little brother's life, bro. And I was like, you're not gonna hurt my fucking little brother anymore, bitch. Like, this is it. I'm fucking done with your shit, bitch. I told my dad, I was like, I'm telling on you. Like, I am telling on you. This is it. And he told me, he was like, you won't. You're a fucking pussy. And I just was like, fucking dick, bro. You fucking dick. Watch me. So I went to school and I cried all of first period and I had my head in my fucking arms on my fucking desk. And my teacher left a note on my desk that said to stay after class. And I did. And he asked me after class, he was like, what's wrong? And I hesitated for a second because I was like, no one in the history of my family has snitched on my parents, bro. Like, I have a sister that's 10 years older than me and in college. And like, even my parents have petrified her to the point of remaining silent after she had left the house and gone to college. Like, no one had told, bro. And I was like, I gotta do it, bro. I told my dad I was gonna do it. And like, my little brother, I gotta save my little brother. So I fucking just tell him everything, except for the like molesting part because I was embarrassed about it and like didn't really realize until later on exactly what it was and that it wasn't normal that she had done this. And I didn't want anyone to find out because I thought I was weird because my mom was molesting me. I thought I was the weirdo. So I tell him fucking everything. His jaw is on the fucking floor, obviously, as I'm sure all of y'all's is every time I fucking tell y'all something, but his jaw's on the fucking floor and he's like, stay here. I'm gonna go get the principal. So he comes back and he brings me to the principal and we're in like a dark room and they have like a fucking like setup for me, I guess, where I'm pretty sure they have like a little snack for me and like a little drink and like some tissues and like they were like, can you tell her everything that you just told me? They were in disbelief, bro. Because I tell her everything also. And my mother is very like a very active member of the community and the school. She always like inserts herself everywhere. She has to make sure she's in like on the board everywhere, like an active member of every fucking community so that like no one ever questions her. And so they're in fucking disbelief because they would have never assumed this. And they're also like kind of fucking terrified of my mother. Everybody was, and nobody ever would have questioned them. So they're like, what the fuck? And so I, like, amongst themselves while I'm still there, they're like, should we call CPS? Like, we have to call CPS. Like, if this ever gets out that she told us this, like, we would be legally responsible. We're legally responsible. We have to tell CPS. And so they call CPS, send me back to class while I wait to hear what's next. I'm like sitting in class, shitting my pants, because I don't know what happens, bro. But I'm like assuming that I had just solved everything and my family was safe now. Y'all, these motherfuckers come to me in class and they let me know that they had called my parents and let them know that I had just ratted them out for everything. And they had called CPS. My parents, oh, and that my parents were on the way to pick me up. They were like, don't freak out, but they're on the way to pick you up. I'm like, are you joking? What's wrong with you? So I'm like, oh my God, I've actually ended me and my siblings' lives. We're fucked. This is the end of the fucking of our family, bro. So my parents, me and my sister go to the same school, right? My little brother, another way that my parents would abuse him, and like it was kind of like they had to make sure that no one was catching on that he was so underdeveloped because he kept failing, and like his brain was underdeveloped, his body was underdeveloped. Like the kid was not doing well. He was not doing well. And I was watching this firsthand. And as I was a kid, like I saw him as my own kid and I was like, this is not normal. Like this kid is slowly dying and I'm watching it happen and I need to save him. And so my mom would take him out of school and move him to a new school every year or twice a year. My little brother went to like 45 schools all over the fucking country, bro. The evil bitch. The evil fucking disgusting bitch. This obviously impacted him also. But anyway, so me and my sister go to this school. So my parents are on the way to pick us both up after finding out I had just fucking ratted them out and CPS was on their way. They pick us up. Me and my sister are shitting our pants. And we hold each other's hands in the back seats and we look at each other and they park up in an abandoned fucking alley. And I'm like, we both are like, oh fuck, dude, this is it. So we hold each other's hands and we look at each other and we're like, no matter what happens, like, I got you, dude. We're whispering this to each other. We're like, it's gonna be okay. Like, I got you. And like holding each other's fucking hands, bro. And like, we're literally so fucking scared because like they had parked up in an abandoned alley and they turn around and they tell us, we know what you did and CPS is on the way to our house. And if you fucking tell them anything, you are dead. We will kill you. And we have heard this before. My mother was always telling us she's going to kill us in very, very terrifying ways. Like she's going to fucking bash our skulls in, run over our heads in the driveway until our skulls crack and we bleed out everywhere. And she was going to fucking slice our bodies into pieces with knives while chasing us with them. And like rip our limbs. She used to actually try to rip my limbs out of their sockets. And while she was doing this, she would like kneel on me and like try to pull my arms out. And I would just pray out loud and she would laugh and spit in my face. And like, I'm telling you, like she's demonic. Her and my father are parts of cults and they're demonic fucking Satanists. But anyway, I just keep getting sidetracked. This is just what happens when I tell these stories because just so much shit comes to my head. But they tell us they're gonna fucking kill us if we say shit to CPS. So they bring us home. We all, wait in the living room for CPS to get there. They come and we have to tell them in front of fucking my parents. And we lie. Because I'm like, I can't fucking tell you this shit in front of my fucking parents. So eventually I get the strength. Because I'm like, my little brother, bro, like that, my little brother is the only thought in the back of my head this whole time. I'm like, I gotta save this kid. So I'm like, I need to see you alone. I need you to see me and my sister alone. And so they have to. Legally, I believe. So they meet me and my sister in my room and I tell them like, look, that was all a lie. I lied to you about all of that. Like, I didn't feel safe telling you, but we're not safe. Our lives are at stake. We are not safe and I need your help. You have to help us. I feel like I don't know, like it's been an hour. I feel like maybe I should end it here. I know that's such a fucking cliffhanger, but I feel like maybe that's a good spot to end. It's been an hour. I don't know how long y'all's attention span is, and I feel like more than an hour is maybe too much. So I'm so sorry, but I think I'm gonna end it here. I'm going to try my hardest to make an episode every day. But if y'all don't see an episode one day, it's just because I like am really overwhelmed and just like my day has like taken over me and like I just don't have enough time. But I will be back. Like this series will not end. So definitely like keep following me and like turn your fucking notifications on or whatever. And I'm learning how to make this into a podcast. I need some help. If you have any tips on how to do that, please let me know. But I'm gonna make this into a podcast as well. But yeah, so this will continue. This series will continue. If it doesn't, and y'all don't hear from me ever again, it's because my fucking parents killed me, y'all. But just know this series will continue and it will be a documentary and it will come out. I will find out what cult they belong to, what was happening behind the scenes, like who that fucking man with the ox head is that me and my brother constantly see, and like what is fucking happening, what they did to our brains. I'm like convinced that they put shit in our brains because they used to hook us up to shit and like take us to these doctors and like monitor our brains over like days. And they would duct tape my brother's little body like completely down to the table while they would do this. Like, I'm convinced they put shit in our brains, dude. Because somehow my mother is always able to fucking track us too, no matter what. Like, she's always able to fucking track us, bro. But anyway, I just keep getting off topic. But thank you guys so much for listening to me and hearing my story. I cannot wait until this is so fucking big because I know it will be. I've been manifesting this since I was old enough to form a single thought in my brain. My hands shake and I low-key go through PTSD while I tell these stories, but it's okay. Like, I'm okay. I have been telling this story to everybody and their mother since I was a kid. So this is just a natural reaction and like, it just is what it is. But yeah, thank you guys like actually so much for being here and caring about me and caring about my story. It heals my inner child, to be honest. And like, it means more than you will ever know that like people fucking care, bro. Like, I can't wait until this just keeps growing and like me and my siblings finally get to tell our story and the whole fucking world knows what the fuck my parents did to us, because we had to stay silent for so long and it has eaten every single one of us alive. And I'm tired of it. So we will get our justice and this will be our way out. I'm going to save my siblings, bro. And this is going to be our way out. But anyway, thank you so much, you guys. I will see y'all in the next episode. So stay tuned because there is so fucking much to come. Hello, everybody.
Hey guys, I'm gonna cut it. Good night. Good night. See you guys later. Sleep well.